Thank you.
Fantastic. No problem. Thank you. Okay, guys. So it has been more than a minute since we played this game, or at least it feels that way. Um, Incredible. So let me do a little bit extended recap for you. You've arrived in this Iron Elf city where the Iron Elf rules dominantly, where strange rectangular devices are in everybody's hands, where everything seems to be either made of stone or metal, where plant life does not flourish, where things just kind of suck and all the food and all the water's poisoned, and it's not a great place to live. It's not a bop, to say the least. But you guys are gonna make the best of it. You've done some scrying, talking to some individuals, um, taking note of this strange culture, this strange place in the Feywild, figuring out ways to pull it down, which have included stealing a car, and then stealing a flying car. And along with that flying car, stealing its driver as it attempted to rob you guys on off the side of the road. So you stole the driver too, and the driver got you in contact with a guy who was the sole survivor of a botched job to the military district where you guys have decided you need to get to find Commander Dertas, and perhaps some other useful information as you guys have been sent on this most important scouting mission by Zabilna, who is currently entertaining her ex-rival slash lover, the demon lord of indulgence, Grisest. Um, so you got in touch with this guy. He told you all about it. He told you that the way to get into the military district, the military outpost, whatever we're calling it, is to
Compound.
go compound. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To get to the military compound, you need to go through the sewers. You wouldn't think it, but the sewers were the way they got in, the way they got out, and he suspects that they are still untouched. So if you want to get in, go for it. But he thinks you're crazy if you're going to go into that military compound. Sounds craziness. You guys did some more scrying. You gathered that the Elven task force that has been sent to slay you all is deep in the middle of the Feywild. They seem to be ghosting Fey left and right wherever they can get them with iron bullets and such. And a couple other things transpired, including Trixie realizing that her powers seem to be waning while within the city limits, that it seems that the power of the natural order seems to not be so strong within these city limits. But all of you have sort of nestled into a rest. You have woken up this fine morning, and prepare to take on the day at perhaps this military base. Excuse me. So, uh, you guys are up. It's time to exact your plan. What would you do?
I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
Is this the next day?
Next day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I feel
Us
like
and
we don't
Mordenkainen,
really...
right?
Yeah, the Archmage Mordenkainen has been coerced into joining your party, or bribed, or however you want to put it. But you guys have very
Convinced,
skillfully,
obviously.
yeah, you very skillfully finagled your way, or finagled him into your party
I mean,
For
yeah,
science.
for
I think the
science.
idea is to just go in, which doesn't seem to be the hard part. See what we see, and then when we get into trouble, we just Mordenkainen transports us out of there, right?
Yes, I can do
Maybe we
that.
can get uh, a
Above the
more military style of seeming to blend in a little better once we're behind enemy lines.
I can do that as well.
above the table, did Brock, not Terrence, did Brock tell us that
Change
Zabilna
that.
said to make some noise, or did he not share that?
Oh, that's true. Zabilna said sabotage would not be unwelcomed, essentially.
Yeah, but I don't know if he shared that or not.
I don't know if I have
Okay,
yet.
let's just say you didn't then.
Okay.
Brock is gonna solo sabotage.
It's gonna be you'll get the signal. You'll know it when you see it.
Well, we've got an exciting day
Gonna-
ahead of us.
Unprepare
Let's
some
go.
plant-based spells because that's just pointless.
Very well, let's go. Let's get into our flying vehicle and make our way to that sewer entrance we were told about. Huzzah.
Will you be
No.
needing another proficiency check on that flying?
Oh yeah,
Do
absolutely.
be so good as to remind me what I'm rolling.
I shall in just a moment. First things first, Mordenkaisen's gotta see you guys, so you're not just a bunch of weird Fey people walking around, because that might not go over so well. Yep. He's only a 5th level, and he doesn't care about that. He's an Archmage. He'll tap his staff and spring upon you a seeming. And he'll disguise you all once more as members of the Iron Fey Society, of various looks and apparel. But yes, you guys all make your way downstairs. You all find your car is still your flying car still there. Lana, this is considered a flying vehicle, so you are not proficient.
That's correct.
I'm going to require a dex check.
Oh, that's easy enough. My dex is not much. Oh, that's not great. That's a 13.
13. Okay, you did this yesterday. You got this. The thing, you guys kind of like, oh shit, okay, and like realize you're going a little too fast up, and then you kind of slow it down, be like, it's okay, I meant to do that, and kind of level it out, start driving, and maybe there's like it's not, you're not quite like what's it called when you pop the clutch or yeah, kind of as you're like going
Not gonna
along
stall
there.
it out.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna try not to stall it out. But with a 13, I'll say that it's like people are like get out of the way, what are you doing? And like people are like, well, what is this asshole? And like, yeah, people are definitely looking at you guys, and you're like, sorry, oh my god, and it's definitely a bit rocky, but you don't crash, and burn. And everybody in the vehicle's probably like getting thrown around a little bit uncomfortably, but you're operating the vehicle. We can say that. And you get out of this, and you can start flying out of the city limits. You're good. You make it out. Fantastic. As you guys are in the car, and Trixie, as you sort of fly out of the city limits, you feel that sort of turning in your stomach, that almost anxious like feel sort of fade slightly, and you feel sort of power return to you as you sort of breach those walls, and you just kind of breathe a sigh of relief, maybe. But you guys can make your way to well, let me check to see if there's any issues on the way. As you guys are flying along, you guys start to see these lights flashing. These blue and red lights starts and you hear like behind you see this like flying vehicle sort of come in behind all of you guys as you're flying along there.
Pull over?
Is that guy following us?
Yes?
It seems like it.
Mordecai says, just act like they're not there. That usually, probably.
Maybe they're lost and they think we know where we're going.
Perhaps.
Are we lost? Are we lost?
Are we lost? Are we lost?
Oh no!
Someone make a survival check.
That was a 17 on the dice. With a -2 for a 15.
No, you're not lost. You're not lost. You were told where to go, and you're like, this thing's a little confusing, but you get your direction. You're a pretty good tracker and everything. You know where you're going.
What do they want? How do I know what they want? How do I tell what they want?
Ask them.
Mm.
Are we still moving, or have we stopped?
I guess I'm gonna.
I think you guys are still moving. Yeah.
Land? Can I land? Is there someplace I can land?
Yeah, you can land.
Like not on top of someone else, like
I assume. Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe another dex check to see how smooth you land.
17.
17. Yeah, you land real smooth. You land like sort of on the side of the road, and the thing lands with you, and two of those like heavily armored sort of cop military guys with their big rifles sort of step out. They don't have rifles right now, but they sort of like step up to the side of the car and they look at you through the window and kind of do this.
I'll unroll the window. I'm like, hi, how are you? Is there something we can do for you? Are you lost? Did you need help?
So I will put out there, Lana, you don't know what this means because you're not from the future, right? So you see this guy in the window. He might as well. So he's kind of. I should just make up a random symbol. Is what I should do. So this guy comes up to the window.
I'm trying to communicate with him. I would eventually roll down the window to talk to him.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Absolutely. You roll down the window, and he goes. I gotta start making this stuff up. I can't use real world shit. He's gonna say, class permit and section statement.
I have no idea what any of that is. But if you tell me where I can find it, I will give it to you.
He pulls a flashlight out of his thing and he goes like into your face. You're like, and he's like looking at you like this. He goes, "Ma'am, are you intoxicated?"
Nope.
Make a persuasion check.
Guys, I think we have to cheese it. I think.
Is it just one person?
No, there's two of them. One's on the opposite side, like sort of like looking it over, looking at all the scratches and gunshots that have hit the side.
That was a nat 20 plus 9 in persuasion for 29.
He goes, "Okay, fine, you're not intoxicated." He like puts his flashlight away. And he goes, "Why do you not have a class permit and section statement while flying this vehicle, ma'am?"
Honestly, I didn't know that I needed one, but if you tell me where to go to get one, I will go get one.
Step out of the vehicle.
Step out.
So he goes, "So, you're telling me that you're flying this, I'm gonna ask you one last time. You're flying this vehicle without a class permit or section statement?
I really don't know what those things are, but I really will go fetch them if you tell me where I should go get them."
You are aware that it's illegal to fly a vehicle without both items in and ready in your car at all times?
No, I am not aware.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to. If you don't, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to put you under arrest. It takes out these manacles.
Couldn't we just get off with a warning? Like, couldn't you just let her off with warning?
He goes, I'm afraid I can't let you off with a warning. He like taps his, he taps his body armor. He taps his like little black circle on his body. He goes, can't, afraid I can't do that anymore. Patting down on that kind of thing. It's my job to enforce the law, nothing more, nothing less.
Let's hold up for a second. I'm gonna get out of, I assume, the back seat.
The other one goes, sir. He puts his hand on his gun and he goes, sir, please remain inside the vehicle.
I get out.
He shoots you. Okay, I'm gonna roll to attack.
Yeah, if that guy shoots, then it's on.
Does it do anything to me?
Yeah. Well, first off, the guy's arresting you, Lana.
I'm just gonna
Brock's
try
getting out.
casting.
I'm not gonna let him
Person.
put manacles on me. So if he goes to touch me, we're fighting.
I'm gonna try
Alright,
casting
he goes-
charm person on both of them.
Okay, hang on. So he tries to. So first things first, he tries to grapple you, Lana. Go ahead and make a athletics or acrobatics check, as he like goes for your arm.
All right, that is a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Soldier rolls. No proficiency, but he does. So that's going to be a 21. Very close. He gets your arm and he puts a manacle on one. So he's got you on one wrist, but he doesn't have you on the other.
Command.
Okay, hang on. Three things are. So that's the thing that happens in your interaction. Brock, you step out of the car and the guy fully pulls out his gun and shoots at you. So, fuck me. That's gonna be a nat 20 plus 3 days. You're gonna take.
Am I still a werebear? Does it?
Oh fuck! You're a full werebear. Yeah. He fucking shoots you in the face, and you sort of just like the bullet like crunches against like your forehead and falls to the ground. You have a moment of like like bruises you minorly, but he shoots you in the face, and you're just like ow, kind of. He goes, what the fuck? Trixie, you cast charm person on both of them.
On both, yeah.
Easy fail, 3 and 4. I'm not gonna call this combat yet, but yeah. So one guy's got Lana, the other guy shoots Brock in the fucking face. That is combat. I'm gonna give him advantage. That's true. I still don't think that beats your DC with a 13.
No.
And suddenly the two of them just sort of like look at you in the car, and like if you go behind their eyes, it's just like all these like roses and flowers behind you. They're like, ma'am, listen, we're trying to do our job here. I'd recommend you stay in the car for the moment, but we need to apprehend these two criminals now. But we'll get to you in a minute.
Do you really need to do that? Couldn't you, as a favor to me, just let this slide?
One guy's like, I shot your friend in the face and he's alive. Let's
Let it slide for your health.
It's this it's this new armor that they had at, and I named the place that we were at the other day. Someone was, giving out samples.
Oh, body modification, huh? Very interesting.
That's what they called it.
Very cool. He's like on the car like this. Like through the window. Oh, that's very cool. So here's what we're gonna say. Trixie,
I'm just
make
like,
a persuasion.
My hand out.
Yeah, you're like Trixie, make a persuasion check at advantage. Brock, I'm gonna give you intimidation advantage because you just took a fucking bullet to the face and just walked away.
Oh, natural 20 for a total of 20.
Okay, it's still fantastic.
Natural 8 for a total of 14.
14. The two of them like look at each other, look at Brock, look at Trixie, and the one guy like they're like looking around. They're like, listen, we got like body cams on, like we can't we can't just walk away, like something's got to happen. Like listen, you don't tell you what. Do you have your class permit and section stations?
I start looking through like the vehicle to see if I can find these things.
Sure, make an investigation check.
11.
Okay, 11. You go looking through the car. You're kind of scrambling. You get to the glove box. You do find something that says section statement on the top of it. You don't know what all the rest of that shit means, but you do read section statement on the top.
I just kind of hand it out the window.
He kind of like does this with his shoulder and takes it from you and kind of like looks at it over here, and then kind of like
oh yeah.
He kind of gives it back to you. Goes,
I don't know what he's.
Yeah,
Trixie doesn't know what he's doing, but.
And he like looks at his buddy and goes, I think everything checks out. I think it was just a misunderstanding. And he goes, we like shot one of them. Like we can. We really like we just shot. And he goes, no, I think we should
leave now.
Yeah. Listen. I recommend you guys keep a closer. Maybe this one shouldn't drive. Maybe it was judged. Maybe somebody else here should be driving if this one doesn't know what class permit and section statement is. Is this your car? Were you letting your friend drive? Is that what's happening here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Perhaps someone else.
She's from out of town, and she hasn't seen this vehicle before.
Right. Okay. Sort of a one of them hermit types, I guess. Just kind of stays in, doesn't really do TV or internet or anything. Okay. Well, maybe. Okay. So you're try to be a good friend. We can support that. Maybe somebody else drives the car and just keep the section statement and class permit close at hand for future encounters with the law enforcement agents. All right?
Yes.
Sure thing.
And the other guy goes, and maybe get those bullet holes on the other side of the car patched up.
I thought they looked fun, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they do look very cool, ma'am. But probably should get on top of that. Technically not regulation. All right. You have a good day now. I want to see you.
Top of the car? I'm confused. No? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And the one guy will unlock your hand, Lana, and I'll let you go. Be like, all right. And then they're like watching you to make sure like somebody else
so
is
I'm
driving.
now sitting in the driver's seat.
Okay.
Unless you want me to drive, so I have no problem.
I'll talk her through the procedure of how to drive the vehicle.
Okay.
I don't know if
we go into like the body cam.
I'm like closing the window.
Yeah. We go to the body cam POV where like the person that you claim that is trying it for the first time is like, okay, you have to hit the ignition and then you have to like flip those 3 switches over there. Unfortunately, I'm not going to provide the help action because Lana, you're not actually proficient in this. This is sort of like yeah, you tell her how to turn the car on. So I'll lower the DC slightly because you teach her how to turn the car on. But Trixie, give me a dex check. See if you can articulate.
20?
Okay. Trixie, you like you were watching Lana and you saw what switch is and kind of how it worked, and maybe you were sort of backseat driving in the beginning where Lana was kind of like a little janky with it, and you had some of your ideas of your own, and they kind of pay off a little bit, and you still a little janky, but you managed to soar out of there without damaging anything or anyone.
It's not as fun as being a bird, but this is kind of cool. They haven't really told me how to stop yet, though, so I'm just going, and I hope we don't hit anything.
Yeah, okay, I don't know where the brakes are.
I'll tell her
too embarrassed to ask anybody.
Are.
Too embarrassed to ask anyone where the brakes are.
Oh, you mean the second gas pedal?
The second gas pedal, yeah.
So you hit them both at the same time, right?
Oh gosh, no.
When you want to go faster. So I get the one down, so I hit the other one at the same time while I'm still going. Okay, here it goes soaring through the air. And with that, yeah, you guys get to the you fly for like an hour over like the desert where the road sort of begins to wind, and there's no other flight-based vehicles, not even a lot of land-based vehicles, but eventually sort of coming over the horizon, over some of the hills, um, you do see this military base sort of coming out of the desert. You see it's walled off, big walls. You can fly over them easily, but they're probably like they're probably like 40 or 50 feet tall walls with like giant mounted guns on the side of them, like anti-air. Not that anyone here would know, not like in game anyone would know they're anti-air, but these giant fucking guns, and you guys are like, holy shit. Maybe you have a moment of surprise as you realize that their technology is their weapon technology is pretty advanced. And beyond the wall, you see like tons of like smaller little like base installations within the actual compound. You see like buildings with smaller walls inside and other stations and things that don't make a ton of sense to all you guys, but cars sort of traveling. It's like a little closed off, heavily protected city filled with armed warriors. But you were told where to go for the sewer. Yes, Lana.
From this point forward, I am actively looking for signs of anti-magic. There might not be any, but I'm actively looking for that technology. And that technology was very, very important in Eberron. And like that's very well written into them, so she would know what that is.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't deny that you would know what that is. I'm just trying to think about how you would see it. Now keep it in mind.
I will go so far as to say, Mordenkainen.
Yes.
Keep your eyes open for anti-magic technology.
Okay. How does one see anti-magic?
I don't know. Look for signs of it. You're a brilliant individual. If anyone could find signs of it, it's you. But if they don't have anti-magic capability, then that's something that we need to perform.
It's fair. I'm pretty smart. I'm well known across many worlds. It's fair. It's true. It's very true. I shall keep a lookout. And he'll do just that. I hope when I leave the Feywild, it will not be years that have passed, and my memory remains intact. It'll be quite embarrassing. Anyway. And he just sort of mumbles to himself a little bit to the side, and strokes his singular goatee. He says, all right. You guys need to find your sewer entrance. We were told where that is, but go ahead and... Trixie's busy driving, so I'm going to say someone else make me a survival or perception check, your choice.
Hey, Brock, you should make either.
Let's see here. I got pretty good survival. +6. An 8. An 8.
An 8.
Good, right?
There's like these two guards on the wall who are like, what is that civilian doing over there? And there's like your car, like over the next like 30 minutes is like just sort of like flying around in the desert or like around the base. And they're like, so they come out here, the kids, they come out into the desert, trying to do like what do they call it? When they do like the 8s. They like do the 8 burnouts on the ground, but like these rich kids they don't have tires, so they just kind of like try and do jet stream. They go, oh, okay. But so anyway, you guys kind of spend the next half an hour.
I'm trying to
like
follow the instructions on my black rectangle, and I have it upside down.
Yeah, I don't get why the language is in Japanese. It says something about Japanese, and you're you guys are struggling a little bit to find your entrance. You were told that you would find the entrance at the nearest body of water to this military installation.
All right.
And you just can't seem to find it, Brock.
I mean, I'll make a check. I just don't know that I'm going to do any better with a -2.
I'll give it a
We still
shot.
can't find it. Can I make a check at disadvantage while I'm driving?
Yeah,
that was a 9.
It's
So
better.
not appreciably better.
I literally can't roll worse than you guys. Hold on.
No, you really
okay, roll
can't.
disadvantage. Roll disadvantage, Tristan.
Oh my gosh. A lot.
At disadvantage. Nice.
30.
30 at disadvantage?
I rolled an 18 and a 19, and I have a +12.
Nice. Yeah, Brock and Lon are in the back with the rectangle, and they're going, no, it's definitely over, like north is this way. I know for a fact north is in that direction. Lon is completely wrong. She's pointing south, and like Brock's like, no, like
Can they still be arguing as I'm parking?
Yeah, you're like landing, and you guys just have this like awkward moment where you look out and see that you're like by a body of water, and you're like, okay, well, it's your fault. And yeah, and Mordenkainen is just like sitting there like a little so loud adventurers. You unlock the top. Yeah, Trixie, you've already found it. You've already landed. And you guys step out. It is not an exceptional body of water. It's like a God, sorry. It's like it's comparable to like a very small spring, maybe like a 50-foot diameter. No, way more. Sorry, I meant radius.
It's a
like a 50-foot radius. Probably more deep than it is like wide. But it does have a rather large sewer drain with these like thick steel bars, really, really tightly next to one another, and a very decisive sort of hole that looks to have been cut. That is about man-made sized or man-sized. Thanks. Yeah, this is what you see.
I think that's the way we go. Everybody ready?
Yeah, I guess I don't know if I'll fit through that man-sized hole.
You could crawl through.
You could make it bigger.
Well, try and crawl through it. I'll lead the way.
I'm getting Monkey out of the car.
Oh, sorry.
And we're disguised, right?
He goes, oh, of course. And he snaps his finger, recasts seeming. I believe it is a recast to get a new appearance. You can each creature for 1 foot short. Changes wrought in the spell, failed to hold visible code inspection. Yeah, he snaps his fingers, uses another 5th level slot. You guys look like a bunch of like the guys like the well, you guys just flew past the military base. You guys probably look exactly like the maybe the armored individuals you might find on the wall of this military outpost, which is slightly different than the cops you guys saw. Yeah, you look authoritative in this moment.
All right, now let's climb through the sewer.
And as he's like holding his staff, it's like a minigun that he's holding by the barrel, and is like, that's a little bit ridiculous. And he kind of like takes his wood staff and like starts trying to hold it like a gun. This the Feywild has always been a ridiculous place. Yeah, you guys can proceed if you wish.
I think so.
We'll just try to walk around and see as much as we can.
Okay. So you guys make your way into the sewer. Brock, you fit just fine. Definitely, it's about I would say probably like a 5 foot, like probably like a 5 foot diameter hole. So yeah, there is some like leaning and whatnots, but you guys make it in just fine. And you begin to walk. You make your way through the sewer. It reeks in here. It smells like what you'd imagine a sewer might smell like. Not great. Mordenkainen looks very unhappy. He's like, this is bullshit. I am not. No, thank you. He casts fly on himself, and just to get that foot. And he starts like casting prestidigitation. These little puffs of like perfumey smoke.
I
Just
was
turn
gonna
like,
say I attempt to like druid craft some flowers like around my neck. It'll smell nice.
yeah. Use druid craft and
I don't know if it'll
make some,
work,
like,
but
you make some flowers and like it's moderately helpful. It's about as helpful
I'm
as
just
boarding.
covering it over. Yeah.
Yeah. It helps, but you gotta kind of like constantly be like doing like a little casting and blowing the scent up into your nose, and it sucks.
Say how
It sucks
much
down
I
here.
hate this place, guys. I really hate it.
I've always.
Is this what they're trying to turn the Feywild into? They were talking about an expansion. Is this what they do? They
I think
just
they've
cover
run
the
out of
lands,
room and
ruin
resources
them,
because
and
they've
leave?
killed everything. So they need the room of the other Feywild.
They'll always need more space.
They're just poisoning it.
So they're like a virus. The way they behave is literally the way a virus behaves in the body.
How would you get rid of a virus?
There are 3 things you do when you've got a virus. You cure it, you learn to live with it,
Or you find a paladin.
or you kill it. But when you kill it, you have to eradicate it completely, all of it, or it comes back. I guess the 4th choice is that you die. My concern is that there's not going to be a way to live with this. The only reason I think there might be a way to come to accord is that nobody seems to know what's going on except the expansion. Common people don't seem to know what their military is doing. Maybe there's something there, but we may be contemplating something as serious as genocide. And I think it's wise to keep that in mind. And she looks really unhappy to have just said that.
I can't tell you guys how happy I am that you guys are this upset over capitalism. It makes me. It truly warms my soul.
Oh, capitalism is always the big bad.
Yeah, Brendan Lee Mulligan, he'd be so proud of me. I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna let him know what's going on. He's gonna be proud of me.
They're almost ready for their Uncle Sam boss fight.
Yeah, Uncle Sam boss fight. Well, who do you think the Archfey is around here? Anyway, it's the Avengers. Anyway,
It's the Avengers.
Oh my god.
It's Tony Stark. Okay, so you guys continue to make your way through your sewer hole. It takes a little bit of time, but after a while, you see like the circular drain. After about 10 minutes, which coincidentally is the same time Mordenkainen's like, nope. And it sort of splashes in there. He's like, oh. And you guys find yourselves in, a little. Oh no! I'm showing you too much. Hang on, sorry. There we go. You guys are gonna find yourselves in a sewer. Lucky you. You're gonna find yourself coming to the parts of the sewer that begin to start to form and look like solid sort of brick, actually mortared and made to look like it. So have a moment while I just put your tokens in. Is there a marching order?
I'll lead the
Right.
pack.
I'll stay farther back.
I'll stay behind Brock.
I'll be behind Lana.
Wherever Morden kind of wants to go, he can go.
He's still a mage and he's squishy, so I'm guessing the back.
Squishy. I am an Archmage of considerable power. I'll stand in the middle.
You want to take the lead?
No, I will stand in the middle where it is safest. I didn't volunteer to be here. You've all coaxed me into this, so I will stand in the back and not feel bad about it.
You're
Or the
awesome.
middle.
You are awesome, sir. We are happy to have you.
Of course you are. I'm the Archmage Mordenkainen. And Trixie wanted to be
I can be behind him.
Yeah, Lana will be behind. Barack the bear. Okay. You guys come in here, you see steel piping on the wall, you see electric light on the wall. What do you do? So just pretend this here. I'm even gonna do this. There. Boom. Oh shit. Boom. 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 So you guys have come down that sort of tunnel way. You got like a right and a left here. So you look down here, you see there's some debris, possibly another couple of tunnel systems, and then you've got, see if I can spin around. Yeah, the lit section right in front of you. What's the play? Straight or right?
Either are good. Straight?
Lead the way, Brock.
I'm leading.
Yes,
We're
you
going
are.
straight. Say stealthily. Well, I'm not
There we
gonna
go. Oh, stealthily? All right, let's get a group
be
stealth
too
check.
gung ho. Yeah, stealth check.
I think I will pass
Damn
without a
it.
trace.
Oh, plus 10s.
As long as it works. I don't know what of my spells work and which don't.
Nope, it seems to work. As you are currently in a nature of sorts, there's fungus and water and fertilizer.
So yes,
It's
plus 10.
it's nature. So plus 10 to
Life
stealth.
finds a way.
Life finds a way.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize for the natural one I just rolled, y'all. I'm sorry.
Mordenkainen rolls a natural
Still 11.
19 for a 21 for a 31.
32.
Also 32. Got a natural
All
18.
right. How does Monkey do?
A whole lot better than I did. Let me see what his modifier is, but it's a 14 on the dice.
Stealth mode activated.
Sorry, I've got him pulled up here. I'm just looking for the yeah, so 15.
15, no problem. Oh, what are you doing so silly bear? Okay, got it. So you guys are gonna do, you're gonna average out probably around like a 15, maybe a little bit higher, between like the couple of 30s and the slightly lower rolls. But nonetheless, you're gonna beat most passive perceptions with that stuff. No problem. What would you like to do next? Straight or right?
I guess can I get a good look both ways? We're at like an intersection, right?
Yeah, you see one of the walls sort of broken down to the right, some rubble on the ground. Why don't you make me a perception check? I'll give you advantage because, or does your bear form get like advantage for senses or anything like that?
For smell related senses.
Smell. I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
Just in case.
Perception, you say?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. 23.
23. You're sniffing around. It just smells like stone and refuse. But to the right, where that stone wall's broken down, there seems to be stranger scents in that direction. Something that smells a little bit more like the Feywild you know and love a little bit. Just like something smells a little bit more like green, a little more you can't put your nose on it. But there's something about the way to the right into that broken wall that says like there's something more natural in that direction that you haven't smelt around here a lot.
Something this way. Here. I'll go to the right.
All right, you go to the right. as you go to the right, you're gonna turn and you're gonna look through that broken wall, and you're gonna see some shit. First thing you see, well, I'm gonna give you the whole scene.
Oh, whoa,
You look in and you see, stone and dirt, but you see all of this like brown and black sort of fungi mold that's sort of like growing up and down the walls, sort of spreading along the ground, kind of like in Last of Us, the TV show, how like the fungus sort of like trails out on the ground. And you see about a dozen. I used one mini, but people who look like these mercenaries. The mercenaries, like from that nightclub that you were at, or were running with the guys who ambushed you. Some of them look a little hackery with their like weird eye. None of them are equipped with like weapons or the rectangles or anything like that. But like hair. Some of them have body modifications, but all of them have something in common. They all are very pale and look very dead, as they all have parts of their body that are like, lots of them have like bullet holes in their chest, or maybe they're missing an arm, or whatever it may be. And those body parts that are missing, or those holes, have fungus growing out of them. They seem to be like uh, unintentionally very much like Last of Us, sort of like fungal zombies. Um, and they turn and they look at you, this crew of about a dozen individuals, specialized, sort of look at you, Brock, and kind of, as they are like have all these plants growing out of their eyes and whatnot, and they kind of like look at you and sort of like twitch the bodies as if the fungus itself is like moving them. Spores growing out of them.
I'm gonna slowly pull out my axe.
Okay, you the moment there's that little off the end, they like come at you, and I'm gonna roll initiative. Let's go. Let's get some initiative going. For some reason, my extended battle music tracks just aren't working for me, and it's making me sad.
All right, clearly I'm gonna have to buy Lana her own dice. None of the dice are rolling right today. They're all being assholes.
Mine are being nice to me, so maybe
Good.
we
like
traded.
Your dice.
I'm just using the D&D Beyond roller right now. I don't have the table space to roll dice at the moment.
Like a magpie. I like pretty shiny things. And a lot of times the only ones I roll are the 20-sideds. But like this one's blue sandstone, which you can't really see in the light, and this one is gray cat's eye. But they're both rolling like assholes today. You know what? They I'm putting them to bed. They clearly need to get some sleep. I'm damn sure not rolling them tomorrow.
All right, initiative. Let's get it. Who's got a 25-20?
Brock got a 22.
22.
Ooh,
Hey.
Let's go first.
Rock can go first.
I'll go first.
All right. Got it. Lana, what'd you get?
And 11.
All right. Mordenkainen coming up the rear. All right, Brock, you pull out your axe and they all sort of lunge at you, and you're faster on the draw than they. What do you do?
I act first. I'll charge up and swing.
Go for
first?
it. You.
I'll rage. I'll get mad
Yeah,
about
you
it.
go to a rage. Roll your 2 dice.
Yes, sir. find it on here. Ooh, Wild Magic Surge. Here we go.
Here you go, D20.
Roll my D8. 5. Which... Alright, which is... whenever a creature hits you with an attack roll before your rage ends, that creature takes 1d6 force damage as magic lashes out in retribution.
Okay.
Very good. Oh, and then
And strikes.
my d20. 6. Nothing happens.
Okay, nothing happens, but
Alright,
you're
so-
in it.
I'll run up and I'll swing on. Let's go for the one that was closest to me. Camera right, stage left.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No. You had it right the first one.
Okay. Got it. This one, go for it.
Yeah. I'll attack recklessly. Why not?
Alright. Yeah.
Well, actually, they might not be too hard to hit. Ah, screw it. It's always fun to do that. 21.
21 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, now are these plant type creatures?
Yes.
Alright, so it'll get an extra 2d6 from
Yes, sir.
my my iron coated woodcutter's axe.
Fair enough.
Okay, that is 13 regular, and then the 2d6 are another 3 damage. Oh, plus 3 for rage damage.
Alright, what's the total?
13 plus 3 plus 3, so 19.
19 damage, awesome. You come up and you just, and your axe just chops right through sort of the almost, I don't want to say armored fungus, but like as you cut through the skin layer, you immediately find yourself in like a hard wrapping of like strong fungal, and just carves through it like butter. Your axe is built for this, and it takes it but keeps coming.
Alright, I'll swing again.
For it.
23.
Roll damage.
Uh, 16 plus 3 for rage, 19 plus 2d6. Ooh, 8. 19 plus 8. 27?
27 damage. Yeah, you carve through it, and like in that moment you have more understanding of your enemy. As you realize regular vital damage seems to not be doing the job. So you're just like, I just gotta put as much power into this as possible, and you just cleave like shoulder to hip and just carve this thing in half, and it falls to the ground. On the ground, like still twitching and like still semi-alive, but certainly not alive enough to continue combat. And it is down and done. Anything else, sir?
That is my turn.
Very, very good. Trisuin. You see Brock charge in, you hear the sound of battle, and like they're not clickers, so they're not clicking or anything, but you could hear sort of like the movement of bodies. What do you do?
They're tappers.
Run in until I can see the room.
All right.
Yeah, 35 feet, so.
We're gonna say 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 right there, and you can peek. 30, and you got a full view behind Brock.
Alright. And good old faithful moonbeam.
The old faithful.
I'll do a third level, and I think I'll go towards, there's 3 clumped together. A little farther back in the room.
Okay. You want like that?
Yeah.
All right, you can hit all 4 of those guys.
Perfect.
Yep.
And then
this beam of silvery light just comes down and irradiates them. Well done.
I got 5 feet. I'll just kind of keep going the same direction that I was going, like across.
All right, take another 5-foot step. Very good.
Out of the way for everybody else.
No problem. No problem, no problem. That'll bring us to Lana. Lana, you're aware of the same dire situation. What do you do?
I'm gonna send Monkey in to deal with the one that's kind of in the corner near Trixie and Brock.
Okay,
like right as you walk in, or
20,
moving him towards that direction.
30 right there. I'd be, yeah. I'd be willing to give Monkey like 10 extra feet and say for whatever reason Monkey was a little closer to you than the back of the line. So we'll put a Monkey right there.
I was gonna have him dash.
Oh, okay, dash.
So, like that's all he's doing is coming up to this person and standing there. That's all he's doing.
All right, dashes in, lands right there. Fantastic. That's your bonus action, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. What next?
I am going to go in and try to position myself nudged up right behind Brock if I can, leaving, if I can, enough room for Mordenkainen to come in between us, but that I can fire a spell over his shoulder.
Okay, yeah, 20 feet right there.
So this is a 60-foot cone. So, so long as I get it in front of Brock, I should be able to hit most of what's in the room.
Well, Brock's a pretty large fellow. I might suggest standing behind, perhaps.
Okay.
I mean, it's a fucking lion too. Tricky. I mean, it's direct. Like, I don't think you can really fire it over a 5-foot square. That's a little hard to do, I'm afraid. You're probably going to hit whoever's right in front of you.
So, in other words, from that point, would I hit Monkey if I?
I'll tell you what. Here's what I'll do for you. I'll be kind. Let's say Monkey ran in after you ran in.
Okay.
Okay, cool. It's just a small logistical problem. We don't need to worry about that too much.
Perfect.
Okay. Cone.
Conjure Barrage.
All right. What's the size of the cone?
It's a 60-foot cone.
All right. Use a 56 degrees.
And if I need to step back further to get the biggest space, I will.
60 foot. 56 degrees. Lock it in. Okay.
Sorry. I did not mean to make you have the math.
No, it's all good. It's all good. That's it's part of the game. We like a big cone. Yeah, you could do something like that if you want.
That looks
You're gonna
really
catch
great.
everyone except 2 guys.
That looks fantastic. So the spell is Conjure Barrage.
All right.
It is a 3rd level spell. It is a dex save of 19. Save for half. Or, yeah, if you save, it's half. And,
all right, DC 19?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta roll.
And it did 10 damage, so...
They all fail.
It'll soften them up some.
So they'll all take 10 damage. As you come in, I believe you need to use a piece of ammunition for this. What is your, just for the flavor's sake, what ammunition are you using?
She's been carrying, literally rocks. Like, she carries a little bag of just real simple rocks. I know, not exciting. She was going to get some
It's
ammo
okay.
from Rasputin, but he felt uncomfortable with it, so she gave it back.
Fair enough. Hang on, let me just give all these people 10 damage, and then we'll make it Flava Flav. Make it so very flavorful. It's gonna be like cookie dough ice cream. Hang on a second. 2 more. Okay, you take a pebble, and all of them go ha 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 ha, and this like little machine, sort of this like artificer machine, like shoots out of your hand, and just sort of like these little tiny localized lasers goes like across your rock, and then sort of like swap out to like a new filter of like lens on your like wrist gun, and like it levitates and separates into like a million tiny little like almost like barely more than grains of sand at that point. And then you just sort of and it like pulses it forward, and just like a million little beads of stone just like completely carpet bomb the entire room, and all of them just sort of like through their body take these like little points of damage throughout their body, and a very impressive artificiary move from you. And then Monkey runs it and goes, initiating combat. Is there anything else?
No, I think I'm good for now.
All right, that's gonna bring us not to the corporate workers, but to the spore servant cyberpunks. That's what I'm calling them. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna say that this one's over here. Going there. Let's go in there. I'll deal with my moonbeam people in a second here. This one sort of goes over to the wall and puts its hand on the wall, and spores sort of splay out from its hand, sort of drive into the wall, and it starts like climbing along the wall with its hands, as it does indeed have a climb speed. It's gonna get right a little too high, still a little too high. Okay, fine, we're gonna be there. This one is gonna do the same thing. Get to here. Okay, I'm gonna deal with my moonbeam people now. What's the save?
Con 20.
On 20. They need to roll a...
Not great damage, but...
Well, they all fail, so...
Conjure Barrage wasn't great damage either, but... You know, if we nickel and dime them to death, I'll take it.
Yeah.
12. 24. Well, you just did, you know, you gotta think about it prospectively, right? Lana, you did 100 points of damage across the whole combat. And Trixie, you're doing 48 points of damage across 4 individuals. So that's still AoE's great damage.
Yeah.
So
and I can move it around, so.
Yeah. It's not gone forever. This one's gonna land here. This one's gonna land here. Woof, woof. These two are just gonna get out of the moonbeam and try and like be a part of the action. Okay, here comes some attacks. So, Brock. They just go charging. They just start swiping into you. Basically, as they start slapping at you, you see that like fungus is like broken through the palm of their hand, and like these like serrated spines sort of like curl across and around their fingers, and they just start like open palm slapping and scraping at you, and it hurts because they do pull tufts of fur out of your body that get caught in their hands, so it does sting, but it doesn't do any damage to your actual werebear hide, so you're fine.
Well, anytime they hit me, they'll take a d6 of force damage.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. Why don't you roll me 2d6, and each one is going to take that damage because they have multi-attack. Oh, well, if they hit you, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
It
so I'll
says,
be fair. and
whenever
roll
a creature
against
hits
AC.
you with an attack roll, before your rage ends, that creature takes 1d6 force damage.
Okay, what's your AC?
18.
18. So they need to roll. Oh god. Okay, roll me 2d6 for the first guy.
All right, I got a
I'm
2.
really rolling to damage my own guys. 18, you say?
A 2 and a 5, so 7.
Okay, first guy takes 7 damage. Roll me another d6, because the other guy only hits once.
Right. 1 force damage.
All right, 1 force damage. We'll take it. Other guy misses entirely. The next one
Then
hits
they get advantage
once.
too, if that matters.
Oh, yeah, that'll matter. Okay. Forgot about that. How to do this best. Okay, roll me 1d6, please. This one missed, so I'll roll again. Missed. These guys missed entirely.
That's a 4.
4. And roll me another d6.
And that's a 3.
7 damage. Roll me another d6, and I'll check the last guy. Ooh, natural 20 doesn't do anything. And that would have hit as well.
That's a 1.
1. And then roll me a final 2d6, please.
2d6?
Yep.
And that's 5 total.
5 total, okay. They just start like open palm slashing at you, and as they do, it's like the magic sort of like rips up their arm and like tears skin and fungus off of their flesh every time they make like a slap at you. And they don't seem to, it doesn't register on their face at all. Like, it's incredibly damaging and painful magic that is coursing through them, but there's no expression change whatsoever. Just like some of the fungus like growing out of their mouth, out of their nose and stuff, and they're just like swiping. You get the sense that these are just hosts. The fungus is what is the true enemy. As for Monkey, here we go. What's Monkey's AC? You're muted, by the way.
Retrieving data.
No problem.
His AC should be here where I can find it easily because I'm looking at his things. I'm 15.
15, thank you. All right, let's see if we can, let's see if we hit or miss here. I'm just gonna mark down how many hit. Okay, 1. We got total amount of hits in the end. That is 2 hits. That is 4 hits. That is a natural 20. That is a hit. One last guy. That's another nat 20 and another hit. Okay. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I think I rolled one too many, so I'm going to delete that last nat 20 and that last hit. Okay. Cool. So they all start, same thing with the hands. Go slapping at Monkey as hard as they can. That's going to be 5 hits and a nat 20. So I'm going to roll those out for you. Okay. I'm just going to get the total damage for you, make your life a little easier if that's acceptable for you, unless you have like reactions and stuff. So it's going to be... Ooh, you know what? I'm going to do it in Tailspire because that's fun.
And I do have a reaction.
All right, what's the reaction?
Rebuke the violent.
Okay.
Whoever crit on... Whoever took the biggest hit of Monkey, that's the one who gets rebuked.
Understood. I don't know what that means.
Oh, it's a way to use my channel divinity.
Got it.
I will raid this for you in a second, but it is not that one. I'll get traits. Rebuke the Violent. Immediately after an attacker within 30 feet deals damage with an attack against a creature other than you. You can use your reaction to force the attacker to make a Wisdom saving throw, DC 17. On failure, the attacker takes radiant damage equal to the damage just dealt, or half damage on success.
5, 3 is 8. So they're going to take 14 points of radiant damage from their crit. But Monkey is going to take a total of 52 points of slashing damage as they just sort of like just start slapping and tearing into like the metal shell of Monkey. All right, that's going to bring us to Mordenkainen. He's going to come in at 20 feet. He's going to go by the Triad.
Did you say 52? I'm just sorry, did you say 52?
52 points of damage to
Thank
Monkey,
you.
yes. No problem. He goes, well, this is a unique situation. What's he gonna do? Let's look at these spells. What's the choice? He goes, I guess I could just do the old faithful. And he's going to be about a fireball. Perhaps an old fireball.
Faithful.
The old Mordenkainen's faithful fireball. Perhaps that's a new spell I should make. Will be a classic. Just like my mansion. Perhaps my most famous spell. Anyway, he shoots. He goes, anyway, and he takes his, like, minigun illusion staff, and he goes, and he shoots a fireball off the end of it. Everybody on that back line, except those guys off to the right and left, are going to get hit. It is going to make the whole underground rumble a little bit like an explosion went off. He's only going to do a standard fireball. I highly suggest nobody ever upcast fireball. It seems like a good idea at first, but the damage comparison is just not worth the spell slots, just for future. If anyone here... Anyway. Nithrael's not here. I don't know why I'm saying this. And he'll let that baby off. That's going to be 8d6. We'll roll that on the board over here. Yeah. All right, big ol' 3-0. Everyone needs to roll DC 17 dex save. So 17, we need to roll 16 or more. Save. They all fail except for one. So they'll all take 30 fire damage. Except this one here will take 15. Okay, let's see here. 30, this one's dead. This one's alive. Oh, that didn't seem like nearly enough. What just happened?
You took 10.
Oh, okay. Thank you. One for a brain loop there. This one's dead. This one is dead. This one dead. This one's alive. Okay. Put this one on the ground. Okay, that's Mordenkainen, and that'll bring us back around to Brock. What do you do?
I'm gonna keep swinging on these things. Maybe the one all the way to my left, camera right.
This guy?
Yeah,
Go for it.
I'm going. I'll attack recklessly again.
Sounds good.
16.
16 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
$17 plus 2d6. 17. Ooh, double sixes plus 12. So 29.
29 damage. You just carve a chunk out of this creature. You carve its arm, like, all the way, like, the only thing that stops your axe, you're, like, carving through it, and you just kind of hit the spinal cord, and your axe kind of gets, like, turned a little in like that, and you still cut through the belly, and a bunch of, like dried out, like, entrails sort of, like, half fall out along with a big chunk of fungus, but it's still barely hanging on by the remnants of the bones of this creature.
All right, I'll backswing. I'll try and hit it again.
Go for it.
Finish it off.
Yeah.
27.
Hits.
I assume 15 finishes it off.
15 easily finishes it off. You just carve off its head and then some, like, right down the chest. You just go crack, 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 and take it down.
All right, and now I haven't used my bonus action yet. I'll pull out one of my hand axes with my offhand.
Ding. Are you using, what is your main hand weapon right now?
It is the woodcutter's axe, the Fey Slayer's axe.
Is it a great axe or is it what is it?
It is
Battle axe?
I think a battle axe.
Do you have dual wielder?
I do have dual wielder.
Then you're good to go.
All right. Recklessly. Hey, I guess I'll go. Can I reach the one up top?
Yes, you can.
One that's kind of floating above me? Yeah, I'll swing on that one.
Yeah, she's like on the wall right next to you. A little up over your head.
$21 to hit.
21 hits.
Okay, now it's a D6 plus 2 because it's a plus 2 hand axe.
Okay.
Just making sure I have that right.
Yeah, you'll get your rage in there as well. But yeah, because it's an offhand,
Oh yeah,
you'll
I
get
haven't
your
added that to
strength
any
on.
of them. All right, yeah, so that's another plus 3.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
you just don't get your strength bonus to it is all. 5.
So
okay.
5 plus 3 for the rage would be 8, plus 2 for the plus 2 would be 10.
All right, 10 damage, still good. You just go carving away, and you pull out the other one and just carve into this one at the top, and just like pull a big chunk of fungal right out of its belly. Anything else?
I will end my turn there.
All right, Trixie the Druid. It's such a druidy battle. What do you do?
I will move my moonbeam over the ones by Monkey.
All right, like that?
Yeah.
All right, you kind of press it into the wall and swing it around, and it sort of beams down on the remaining 3 individuals there. Fantastic.
That's it.
And that's it. All right. Got it. Lana, you're up to bat. What do you do? This one, this one, this one, and then these 3 over here.
Can I move through Monkey's space?
You can.
And
Half movement.
take a couple of swings at the one right here in front of me. Or in front of it.
Okay. Well, I will say you can't land in an ally space. So you can move through them to get to another space, but you can't like land and take your turn in another ally space.
It can't be your mount.
No, it can't.
Unless it's a large creature. No, unfortunately not.
Unfortunately. Then I guess I will attack the one right next to me here.
That one right there?
Yeah, that one right there.
Go for it.
I haven't hit anything forever. Alright, so I'll be hitting with my longsword. Shit. Okay, so that's a 1.
Okay, that won't hit. If it's a natural 1...
Obviously, let me roll again to see if I hit someone else.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a d4 to see who you swing and hit by accident. That is going to be possibly Trixie. As you go for the back swing, you might catch her.
Okay, well that's also not gonna hit. At least I don't think it is. I do have a plus 12. Will a 14 hit you, Trixie?
No.
Yeah, my dice are rolling for shit. I am so sorry. I have 2 attacks. God,
Yeah,
do I want
Trixie,
to
you
roll
put your staff out and redirect the moonbeam, and as you move it in front of your face, like Lana goes for a big backswing and it like catches in your staff like right in front of your face, and you're like, oh shit.
Sorry.
You don't get hit, but it was close.
I recall I attacked twice around.
I think so. Level 5 paladin.
I am a level 5 artificer.
Well, if it says 2 attacks at the top of the, then you're good to go.
Rolling a different dice this time. Okay, that's a whole lot better. Okay. 27.
That'll do it.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, this one hasn't been touched yet.
13.
13. You slash through for 13 damage and carve through its fungal mass, barely a fleshy creature. Anything else?
Yeah, maybe. Let me see here. That one hasn't been hit at all yet?
The one you just hit just took its first hit.
You know what? I'm feeling froggy. Is this when I cast a smite now?
No, it's up to you.
Well, no, like, I've hit, so now I can say, and can it be any smite, or can it be like, does it have to be smite, or can it be like a searing smite?
No, it's gotta be, so searing smite is activated on a bonus action, so you would absolutely have to declare that before the attack. Divine smite, you're technically supposed to declare it before you deal the damage.
Okay, then no worries.
I'll allow it in this instance if you want to do it.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad I know that. No worries. I'll just stand here.
Yeah, so any smite that's based on spells, blinding smite, searing smite, thunderous smite, any of those guys, they're activated on a bonus action, and they basically like stick to your sword or your weapon or whatever until you hit next. But a divine smite, if you succeed on your attack roll, you can then declare you want to throw an extra 2d8 on that, or more, depending.
Okay.
Yeah. So one's bonus action, one's if you hit. Okay, cool. It's time for the not corporate workers. But still, I'm glad that you guys are fighting off the corporations in your own way. All right. Lucky for you guys, they're not very smart.
Oh wait, hold on. Monkey can attack, can't he?
Oh yeah, sure.
So the one that I just hit.
Bonus action attack.
Yeah, like I think Monkey's supposed to be able to take an attack.
Yeah, I think if you spend a bonus action, Monkey can do a bunch of shit.
Cool. So I do have a bonus action available, I believe, yes?
I believe so.
Yay, yeah. Let's have him hit this chick.
Go for it.
Alright. Force Empowered Rend. I have all of these things right in front of me. Why can't I ever see them when I want to? Okay. That's not gonna hit. It's a 5 on the dice. It's not gonna hit.
For a total of
No, that's the thing. I'm literally looking at the stat block, and I cannot find what to add to it.
Your spell attack modifier.
Oh, it's my spell attack modifier?
Yep.
Huh.
Your artificer spell attack modifier, to be specific.
Your intelligence.
Right. Okay. Well, my spell attack modifier is a plus 11, which would make it a 16, I guess.
A 16 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, come here, dude. Every time I move anything around, like it turns it off. So I have to go back and find it again. Force empowered rend.
It's a 1d8 plus your proficiency bonus. So plus 5.
Yeah. So that is a 7.
7 damage. Okay. It will take 7 damage as Monkey sort of like closes its mouth and its head sort of like shoots off its spring load and sort of like smashes into its belly. Maybe there's like a little like magic like blastiness that comes out of its eyes, perhaps. Who knows? Anything else?
Nope.
All right, it's time for the corpos. Trixie, roll me some moonbeam damage. And we'll see if they succeed on their wisdom saves. I doubt it. DC 18.
Ooh, much better. 20.
20.
DC
Nice. DC 20. Okay, they fail because they can't succeed. It's impossible. One roll.
Much better damage this time. I rolled 24 damage.
Oh shit!
I rolled 3 8s.
So this one's still alive with 1 hit point. 24 damage. These guys get busted. Except this one. This one's dead. This one just gets vaporized by the radiant light of the moon. These two, like the skin is like melting off, and the fungal bodies are being like just irradiated by God. And but they keep coming. Okay, I am going to adjust my tactics here. You're at an advantage to hit there, Brock. So these 3 guys, including the one standing in front of Monkey, are all going to attack you. Let's see if any of them hurt themselves, because they're stupid. Okay, that one... Okay, they get 2 attacks each, so... and your AC is what again? It's 15?
18.
18.
AC 18.
So, AC 18. Okay, first guy misses both attacks. Second one misses on both attacks. Next one gets a nat 20 and doesn't do any damage. But you will take a d6 of damage. Go ahead and roll that.
That is 5 force damage.
This one attacks with the most like devastating slap, just making 5 stars you across the back and rip some of your hair out. And this tendril of force magic just like shoots through its chest and then just sort of like a needle and thread just like wraps itself through its body and then pulls, and its whole body just sort of like splits into a bunch of directions, falls to the ground, dead as dead can be.
Nice.
Very nice. These 2 guys are going to attack Monkey. Well, they can actually hit you around the corner there, Lana. And this one got hit by you. So one's going for Monkey, one's going for Lana. Monkey. One roll, that's a 14 and a 24.
The 24 will hit, the 14 will not.
Got it. Monkey takes 7 points of slashing damage.
That was exactly what he had done.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
This one slaps across Monkey. And falls to the ground. 2 damage to continue. The next one is going to attack you, Lana. But with Monkey down, they're going to step out of the fucking moonbeam, because ouch. He's going to stand over here over its dead comrade. This one's going to just step into the spot here to get a better, cleaner shot at you, Lana. And you're going to... It's going to attack you twice. That's going to be an 11 at best. Nope. Didn't think so. That's okay. We like that. Mordenkainen is going to go, okay, I haven't taken this one out of the toolbox in a while. And he is going to magic miss.
Old Faithful.
He's gonna. I think he's gonna go. He'll do a second level. And he's gonna go pop, 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 pop. Oh shit! All right, they're gonna do 5 damage per bolt. So this one goes dead. This one goes dead. This one goes dead. He goes, ha-ha! With his machine gun staff. He goes, ha-ha! Take that, you fungal spore spawn. I'm no bard. And that's going to be his turn. Brock, what do you do? One left.
Only one left? There's not...
Yep.
2 standing?
Nope, just 1. Oh, no, there is 2 standing. How about that? Yeah, this guy's going to run and attack you, Brock. I forgot all about him.
Go for it. Be my guest.
Yeah, he's gonna definitely hit you. Misses and misses. Your AC is just a little too high. All right, there we go. My apologies. What do you do?
All right. I don't even notice the one that just ran up. I'm gonna get the fungal corpo that's on Lana.
Got it. The fungal corpo. They're mercs. I shouldn't have used corpos.
Oh, okay.
I picked the earliest. I picked the most colorful mini. My brain went, ooh, color.
All right. I'll attack recklessly.
All right.
Natural 20 for 30.
Ooh, that'll hit.
They're probably super dead as it is.
Hitting this guy? I don't know. Do you think you're gonna deal more than 11 damage?
Well, without the crit, I deal 14 damage.
Okay, he's dead. This one just takes down Monkey and then steps over Monkey and slaps Lana, and you go. You just like slash through, and the 2 parts of the body just go like baseball bat flying into the room, just dead. So dead.
All right, I'll turn to walk forward and realize that there's one more sitting right in front of me, so I'll swing on that one too.
Okay, go for it.
Advantage. $27.
27 hits.
That is 12 plus 3, 15 plus 2d6 plus 6, so 21.
How do you want to do this?
I guess I'll just I just swung and chop the one that was on Lana in half. So I'll bring it overhand and just go right down the middle.
God, you just swing, and then you just sort of like take it over your head, keeping the momentum, and just cleave through this last one, bisecting it, and falling apart as like fungal tendrils sort of like unseam like tiny threads and fall to the ground. And now you guys stand in this room with all of these super chopped up bodies and all this like writhing fungus. So you see them all like there, like maybe arms moving slightly out of like their bisected bodies, like maybe some dried blood sort of spilling out slowly, like a little bit of juice, and like all these little fungal tentacles just like slightly animated, but all very much defeated
like
and dead. And
move the moonbeam over a couple different spots as we're like chit-chatting what we're gonna do next.
We might keep them down for now, but
I'll get a sample of the fungus.
Okay, yeah, you can add sewer fungal sample to your inventory.
We're supposed to be doing recon. This is the kind of this is.
It's true.
Now, is this the Feywild bullshit I was smelling, or is it further down this way?
Oh no, this is it. It's even more pungent now that you've opened some of these guys up.
I wonder if the fungus came from our half of the Feywild.
Mordenkainen will say, "What? Oh, go ahead, Trixie, first.
Do I recognize this fungus?
Make me a nature check.
I guess. Surprisingly, nature is not one of my best, but we're going with it. No, I'm rolling so well, guys. 24.
24.
I've just jinxed myself.
You do recognize this fungus, and to be more accurate, it is technically a spore. So it is sort of an airborne fungal matter. It doesn't affect like living creatures, so you guys won't have any harm. Like you are breathing it in, and it is taking root like in your lungs or whatever, but your natural body heat will burn it off. So like you know that you and your friends have no problems or issues here, so long as you provide standard body heat, which you all do. But what it does is that it essentially like takes root in bodies. It feeds off of, that organic material. It's a carnivorous spore that then animates the host and comes alive. But this is indeed, it's something you've heard of on. It's more of like something you heard of on the material plane is sort of like almost, you want to say like folklore, kind of like something that druids maybe like thought of and was like an interesting sort of magical plant that probably originates from the Feywild because it's so voracious. But you are aware of it here in the Feywild. This is sort of like a Feywild thing. It's also it's very aggressive, very violent spore. It makes you almost think of like nature fighting back in a way, or attempting to.
So I explain all that, and I'm like, there was actually a children's book back in like the Aldenair about this, and they called it the Grim Spore because it like attacks dead things, and it's like a story they'd tell kids to freak them out.
Are these Iron Fey?
The dead guys, yeah.
Yeah.
The dead guys, the dead corpses were of Iron Fey, yes.
I'm gonna make sure I've got enough of this spore to cultivate.
You have a viable sample.
Okay.
Yep. It is also worth noting, Trixie, that the life cycle of this plant, like the spores are released into the air, but once they have like attached themselves to a host, it will continue to operate until there's no like organic matter left, and then it dies. That's its life cycle. And then when it dies, it'll usually turn into like another sort of spore plant, and that's how it spreads. So you're aware that like these, like all of like the runny looking shit on the side of the walls there, all like the brown and black fungus there, that is what's releasing the spores that then infect the corpses. Yeah. So that's how they reproduce, so to speak. But yeah, you burn it all up with the moonbeam, no problem.
All right, this looks like a dead end.
Back the way we came.
Yeah, we'll try another direction, I guess.
Okay. What would you like to do? You've got you could go screen right, and you can go screen left. Screen left is where you came from.
Screen left is where we came from. Then let's go screen right.
Okay,
keep going right.
I think I'm just gonna use Barack as my party guinea pig. But I assume you all returned to your original travel situation. And Lana, you can scoop up the remnants of Monkey and carry him.
I can repair him.
Okay. How fast?
Actually. An action.
Oh, okay.
3 times a day.
3 times a day. You go over and you pull out this like little artificer device. It looks sort of like an incredibly mechanical needle, except that the needle point is like almost like electrified, and you like stab monkey behind between the shoulder blades, and it sort of like latches onto the metal and like ejects this like magical power circuit, and just sort of like short circuits it, returns it, and then it's like onboard repair system begins to sort of like puts it back together a little bit, and monkey is back up.
I love nanobots.
Jesus. How does it, just out of for my own curiosity, how does that work? Is it like just brings it back to 1 hit point, or do you get like a couple? Like, how are you bringing them back?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My husband was beating me.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Are you looking into that, Lana? You're muted. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was
22 points?
I was wondering what is the feature that brings monkey back, just so I know.
Oh, you said that it's called repair 3 times a day.
The one from its stat block?
Yeah.
It needs to be alive in order to use its actions, unfortunately. So if it's out of health, it can't repair itself.
Can I throw a cure wounds on it?
Yeah. Can we heal it?
That is an excellent question.
I
Have we
believe-
tried
I'm gonna-
healing monkey before?
I believe I can.
You heal a construct. Spell has no effect on constructs or undead. That's the heal spell, though. How do you heal constructs? Well, they're part of steel or for yeah.
Or a
Okay.
mending cantrip?
I like that better. Mending. Sure, you use mending, give him a little D4 back, and then you can use the repair. So go ahead and roll hit points for monkey. But I'm gonna look into that because it's an interesting quandary. Can you heal a?
So mending was for 1 because I rolled a 1 twice.
Okay.
Because that's the kind of day it is, people. And then I will do the repair. Well, I had already rolled for it. It's 22.
Okay, yeah. So constructs can be healed by healing spells in general, so long as it doesn't, as they're considered living creatures, so long as the spell doesn't specify, like the heal spell, for example, specifies you can't use it on undead, and you can't use it on undead or constructs. So as long as the spell says you're good, as long as it is a creature.
Most of them
Cure wounds,
say it
healing
doesn't
word,
work on them.
that's going to be fine. Sweet.
Yeah, all that good stuff will work just fine. But so yeah, just mark off the healing, Lana. I'll give you the mending this time around. I'm sure it's not how it actually works, but I like it, so whatever.
Actually, I think that that's a really great feature because a mending would give it to 1 point and then I could do the repair.
That is true. I don't know if I'm gonna run it that way in the future because that makes constructs pretty dangerous. If
Yeah, my
cantrip can
healing
bring 'em back
word
to-
and cure wounds both say no effect on constructs.
Okay, there it is.
I want to see if my spirit totem has anything on that though.
Find ourselves at an impasse.
See, I know that I can completely recreate them by taking an hour, and that's certainly not what I'm going to do now. But it seems like I should be able to mend him.
I think the general idea. I think the general idea is that if you're, because your construct's more complex than like the metal needs to be stitched together, right? It's like taking a computer and smashing it with a baseball bat, and then making the the outer and then connecting the outer shell. You know what I mean? It's all the circuitry inside that needs to be repaired, which is what you do.
Okay, well, if it seems unrealistic, then I can. Okay, we don't have time
Yeah,
for this, and we can just leave
My
it. And
spirit
I'll come back and-
totem does not specify. It just says any creature.
Okay,
So
you could. Yeah, you want to do that? You don't
Yeah.
have to, but if you want to, you can.
Don't burn your
Or
candle
Lana,
out.
you
It's,
could.
it's,
no, I'm just saying, like when we're fighting, I can.
Yeah.
Just good to
Gotcha.
know.
Yeah, we can
Well,
we
yeah,
can carry him
well, Lana-
around, and then if we get into another sticky situation, we can bring him back that way.
I mean,
Yeah.
we have time. We could do the mending now, right?
Well, we don't know
I
that we
think we're
want to
gonna
run
hold
it
off
that
on it.
way. Let's.
Yeah, I
Oh.
think I'm gonna hold off on the mending. It was a good idea, but I don't. But looking at it from a balanced perspective, not. so
No,
much.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
No problem.
We'll
You
take it.
can take while Trixie's burning away the spores. You can sort of wrangle up Monkey into sort of like a C3PO backpack, and just like throw him on your back and continue with your day. Yeah, to be repaired later.
I'll fix the droid later.
Exactly. Good heavens. Okay. I am quite beside myself. All right. You guys are gonna continue. Where are you going? You going left, you going right? If you look down this direction, it looks very much like the circular like metal sewer grate that you guys came this way from. So it looks like the same tube that you entered from.
Okay, and if I look the other way?
If you look the other way, it looks like that. Looks like there's a left and a right at the end of the hall.
Okay, unless anybody wants to stick their head out through the sewer grate and get a bearing on where we are, I say we can keep going forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow the person with the good nose.
Yeah, I'm assuming it would just be out, so we want to go further in.
Right. Make your way through the sewers, seeing where it might just lead. And Barak, this is about as far as she goes. There is your right. It seems to hang a curve and continue onward. But then if you look on your left, it continues down. There seems to be a curve at the end of the hall. But alas, there are stairs that go up. Right there. What do you do?
Okay, not like up to another manhole cover.
Manhole cover.
Oh, it does.
Yep. This could be the way into the base, or not. You'd have to check to find out.
You say that. Okay, fine. I'll check. I'll take the bait.
All right. I'll take the bait. Roll me a stealth check if you're trying to be stealthy. That is.
I'll be
I'll
right
roll a
back.
stealth
I'm still
check.
listening.
No problem.
Roll you a stealth
And the
check,
bag goes up.
alright. 17.
A 17. Check some. Okay. Look how immersive this is. Look how immersive this is. Where's that bear? I lost my bear. Where is it?
He's in there. He's down there somewhere.
There we go. Poking his bear hair. Bear head up. Come on. Yes. Yes. Perfect. You stick your head up. 17, sort of the great as you sort of poke your bear hair, your big eyes out. And you seem to be sitting in the middle of, indeed, the military base. You see some guys sort of working here and there, walking around, all kinds of strange mechanical devices that you don't really get or understand the need of. There's a couple people talking over here, but haven't noticed you. Seem to just be chit-chatting. Yeah, you see all these tubes and wires. There are tall walls and a way out between a grated fence. I haven't built the desert onward, but you do see in this direction, going off the map there, you do see the wall with the big guns not terribly far away. But you do find yourself inside of the military installation, and you're in this very strange little subsection of it with all kinds of strange buildings and devices.
Okay, but the main building's still a little bit out,
I
assume.
There wasn't like a main building. It wasn't like you looked over the wall and saw like a big skyscraper or large warehouse or anything like that. But you did, with your flying car, did see like many little, similar to this, sections of the military base.
Okay. Here, I'll duck back down into the sewers.
You'll bear down.
I'll bear down.
Okay, great.
All right. We're in. We're not in like any of the buildings, but that leads just outside the front gate. Just inside the front gate, I should say.
Okay. Just climb up and walk around.
We could. I mean, we're dressed to fit in.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody on
Act like
board?
we belong.
Does anybody have a photographic memory?
I don't know what a photographic is.
Mordenkainen.
I of course have, well, not of course, but I have been called something of
Savant.
Something of a keen
thank you,
mind.
thank you. That's the word. Indeed, a keenly mined savant. This is adjectives that have been used in association with me.
Once you leave here, I will forget things, but I can draw whatever you can describe or
Wow.
put into an image.
Well, very impressive. I can do many things as well. I have great amount of power at my I can call illusions and such. Anything we
Still
find,
noble,
not to
wonderful
worry,
report.
but yes, indeed. Might be good to take physical evidence as well. Many would be willing to take the word of myself at its word. Of course, I have a fair and well enough name, but it's good to have hard evidence as well. People could be picky that way.
Yes, absolutely. Are we? Brock? Trixie?
I don't know. You guys were just talking about how great you guys were, so.
No. We want to be able to make a report.
Yeah.
I will forget things. If he can describe it, I can drive it. I can draw it. We can hand it in.
Okay.
All right, so we're going up.
Yep.
All right.
Like we belong in this place.
I'll lead the way. If you act like you know what you're doing,
Yeah.
I won't ask questions.
All right. I would like Brock's good on a stealth check. I would like the rest of the three of you, more myself being one of the three of me, to roll stealth checks to see if you guys can get out of that grate without drawing too much suspicion.
You can still have pass without a trace. I have it at will, so pass without a trace is just up.
Okay, it's at will, so you just pop it again.
Yeah.
Cool.
So with the staff.
Okay, Mordenkainen gets a 25. Brock is now at a 27, I believe.
Yeah.
32 again.
Lana. Luckily, your friend is a little out of commission.
20, and not 20.
Very good. So with that, you guys pick your moment. Or you don't, frankly. It's your choice because you got passed out a trace. So while they're all like looking in one direction, the shadows sort of, and you guys are just sort of standing above the steward grate. nature sort of unfolds itself for you. The ground makes itself just a little softer so that when your feet touch down, it doesn't get too loud. And you all just stand up.
It's just desert dust out here, but it works.
Exactly. That's Sire, Brock, Lana, and I'm missing the Archmage Mordenkainen, of course. You forgot me? No one forgets me. Sorry. Okay, and you close the grate behind you.
I think you put
Is it
Desire
Desire or
instead of
Nithriel?
Trixie.
It's Trixie.
Tricks, yeah.
I gotta make over.
Oh, that is Desire, isn't it?
Pass without a trace has completely transformed me.
Yeah, I'm a different tiefling. A completely different elf. Trixie, my bad. All right, there we go. Actually, I'm just gonna get rid of. I don't need these as special. I don't even know I have the Witch King still. Jesus.
Oh, we'll be back.
Hey. Oh, we'll be back. All right. Those guys are all on Saleh, so it's fine. I can be down there. Okay, fantastic. You all find yourself standing in a military installation. I'm going to change the wind to make it windy. See if we can get some audio going here. I had to get rid of my old all my good music because wasn't working. My mods aren't working for some reason. Fortunately, I don't have a lot of music for military installation. But that's okay. We're gonna see if we can make it work. Or not. We're just gonna continue. I don't know what this does, but we'll put that on. Okay, it's got like a deserty thing to it. All right, you find yourself in this very strange place. You see these guys in like yellow, weird sort of yellow robes with strange masks of like glass and steel across their face, walking around, armed, walking here and there. Various buildings seem to not even be true buildings. They seem to be made of strange metal and stone. Some of them sort of flash strange lights in different directions and have switches and buttons all over them. Other ones make loud sounds as you walk past them. Some do indeed have doors. There's massive tubes coming out of every wall. It's a very, very strange place. What do you do?
Make ourselves at home, I guess.
Maybe we just walk around and the two smart people can maybe try to find important things that we could look at.
I totally agree with you, and I'm gonna open the first door I find.
Okay.
As one of the two smart people.
As one of the two
You're
smart
talking
people,
about
you
me,
turn.
right? You're talking about us.
Incredible. You look. You open up this door. It takes a minute to figure out how to fully open it. You look at the door handle. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. And you're sort of like, if you guys have seen the new Guardians of the Galaxy, it's like Nebula trying to get in the car a little bit. But you figure it out. You sort of like, you realize it's sort of like a latch button situation. You open it up. You look inside and you do see like a number of machines that are like, that have large cylinders coming, like sort of like going up and down in and out of them. There seems to be like lightning flowing through them. All kinds of strange like wires going from one machine to the next. Plugs, buttons, switches, tubes. It's more than your brain can really figure out what the hell's going on.
Tubes?
Yes, Laura.
There's so many
There-
tubes here.
Any kind of check that I can run to have some kind of idea of what we're looking at, or is it just completely baffling?
You can certainly try. The DC's pretty high, though, even for you, Eberron girl.
I figured.
Go ahead and make
figured
Do you want to
It's
go
fine.
in and actively investigate, or do you just want to like look at it and be like, try and just like know what it is?
Are there a bunch of people around?
Yeah. Nobody seems to mind too much, but you don't know how long that'll last.
I don't
We
want
could
to.
walk
Yeah.
in here.
Let's just
We
walk
could
in.
walk in and shut the door.
Let's just walk in and close. Yeah.
Okay, you guys all walk in, you shut the door. And just so you know, you guys are currently disguised. I'll show you the mini you guys are all right now. You look like this mini right now. You look like this like hardcore like military rifleman situation. You don't look like these like hazmat dudes. So you guys all walk in, you shut the door. It's very cramped in here. You get the sense that it's probably only meant for like probably as much as your group. Probably only like 4 to 6 individuals are meant to like stand in this building at a time. It's very compact, tight spaces to walk through, but nonetheless, you all fit inside and close the door. Yeah, Lana, if you want to make an investigation check to try and understand what the hell this place is, you certainly can. Mordenkainen begins to start, like, he casts, like, detect magic, and he begins to cast Identify, puts his hand on one of the machines.
23.
23 is pretty good. There's lightning. In Eberron, the lightning rail has lightning, and it's used magnetically. There's like a magnetic thing that happens there, but there's also magic ingrained in it for like levitation and propulsion and whatnot. But you don't you're not an expert on the lightning rail. That's actually another house that does that. But if you talk to somebody once and you're not sure if the magic comes from the train for propulsion. Anyway, the point is a lightning rail. The rail has lightning flowing through it because lightning is power. So you're like, this might be a power source of some kind. That's the best you got.
I'll take that.
Yeah, power is traveling through here to be sure. You're not sure if it's a power source or like a junction, but there's definitely like a lot of energy and lightning and power running through this place. You're not even entirely sure if it's magic, but Mordenkainen is. He says, nothing in here seems to actually be nothing here seems to be actually magical per se, which is vexing. Doesn't make any sense, really.
How do they create the lightning without magic?
Perhaps magical lightning is made elsewhere and then flows through these tubes and wires to come here. I can't say. But it's not magical, which is alarming.
Common. They
Maybe we
have
should keep
common.
going.
Keep going.
Is today
Alright,
the
yeah,
day
let's-
we're gonna test the weapon that they were talking about? Right? That I scried. Maybe we should try
Think
to
so.
find that. Just keep walking, walk indoors. Just keep trying doors. Maybe look for signs. Maybe there's signs.
Trench. Keep trying doors.
Try indoors. So you guys leave and you're gonna go try a new door?
Yeah. As we walk out, I'll let everybody funnel out first.
I'll look for signs as we're walking.
Okay.
Can I look around and make sure nobody's like watching us or anything?
Well, turns out, Brock, I've got your answer for you as you open the door.
Oh,
You guys all open the door and you step out. And you see these two guys approach you. Well, these two guys don't approach you. They sort of walk by and they go, "You four with us," and they keep walking.
We're with you. And we follow. Or I follow.
Yeah, you follow. Does everybody follow?
yeah, screw it. We'll follow.
Fantastic. You guys follow, and essentially what he does is he says he like gets to different points. He gets to like here, and he points to the guy he has with him, and he says, "Guard duty right here." And he goes, "Yes, sir." And this guy posts up right here, and he keeps traveling with you guys to like where to? It's like over here. And he points to Trixie and Brock, and he goes, "You two post beside that door."
Yes, sir. I
Yes,
repeat what the other person said.
All right, you guys post up over here. Then he takes Mordenkainen and
But
Lana.
as you guys walk away, you just see Trixie go.
Basically takes you to, god damn it, and he says like to Mordenkainen, you post by that door, and Mordenkainen goes, yeah, yes sir. Sort of grumbles and he goes and stands beside the door, and then he takes you, Lana. Where does he take you? He takes you over here, and he looks at you and he says, take down the scaffolding. That'll be your work for today.
Yes, sir.
All right, he sends you over here and he walks away.
Do I get to use my gun?
Can I use my gun to take it down?
I mean,
so,
on the positive side, Brock, it looks like we're fitting in and they don't suspect it.
For now.
So while I'm disassembling this scaffolding,
yeah,
I can do that.
Yeah.
What am I looking at?
For you, easy. You're looking at a bunch of crates. There's lots of crates. Obviously, the design is like very technical with their clasps and whatnot. It reminds you, it's like more advanced than Eberron. So there's lots of crates. There's lots of sealed barrels. There are also some like empty glass casings. And then there's the scaffolding all around. So you get the idea that like they want you to like load all the crates down and then take apart the scaffolding. This is probably like an hour or two worth of work, depending on your athletics roll.
My nights have just not been awesome tonight. I'm not loving any of them. Okay, but you know something, baby? You're fine. Mama likes you.
You don't have to put it away for him.
No, but there are enough guards. It allows, the pretense of it allows me to kind of look around to get a vibe for the flow of traffic, to time the guy that's making rounds. It actually gives me cover to examine. So yeah, she was gonna be using this as a cover until someone comes and gets her.
All right.
Anyway, that was a 15 on the dice, but I got stuff to add to it.
Nice.
16 total.
16 total. Yeah, you're gonna take this down in an hour. You just kind of like haul a little bit of ass. You move the fucking crates down and you start like undo the piping and undo. It's not a hard job, and you're a pretty strong person and a pretty technically intelligent person. And you take a minute to like look around, and you recognize that guy. He's probably like slightly more decorated by like something on his chest. There's probably like a little, there's like a sigil that looks a little bit more verbose than what Mordenkainen has placed on yours or what any of the other guards have. And starts sort of just walking around, making his rounds. And then he kind of like walks to the exit and sort of like gets into a vehicle. I could place a vehicle, sure. Let's get real into it. Here it is. Cyber sci-fi vehicle. He gets into his vehicle here, and he sort of drives off in his vehicle and disappears. About 5 minutes after he sent you to work. And you take it down in an hour. And all of you stand guard, watching. Mordenkainen's like this.
As soon as I see him leave, I'm leaving my post. I'm going into the building.
Well, what were we in front of? Yeah.
You're in front of a door.
I'm going in that door.
Sign or anything.
Okay, you guys immediately walk away. You guys try and open it?
Oh yeah. I
Doc
push.
does at least.
You push?
Maybe I'll stand where I was until he gets it open.
Okay, you push the door.
Like, yeah.
Are you trying to break down the door, or are you just trying to like give it like a little push?
Give it a little push. We might get there.
Okay, you give it a little push. Nothing happens. It's a solid door.
I don't really see a handle on it. There's nowhere to grab on to pull. Is there Can I see through that little window?
Yeah, you look through the window. You see a second door. You see a
A
second
second
door and
door.
desert past it.
Oh, desert. A second door. So there's something in between these two doors.
I'm gonna say the door looks exactly as presented here in Tailspire. So you're looking at the exact
Okay.
door.
Hmm.
Sealed a little tighter to the wall on the left side, but yeah.
I guess we'll take a step back. Can I look at like this building? Is it like a part of the wall?
Yeah, it's like it's a door that is a part of the wall that separates seemingly like the outside desert from yeah.
They
Okay.
just had us guard the side door. They needed 2 people for that?
Yeah, there's got to be something in there.
I think the outside is in there.
There's a gap in between the outside. And I think that might be a way into. I don't know.
I'll take a look. Does
Uh,
the gap seem like wide enough to be a hallway, or is it just like a double door situation?
Like an
Go through
airlock.
the door.
Or
Yeah,
just like a
like you
double
and
security, like
yeah, it's like a double security door, sort of airlock situation.
I don't think that's big enough to
Okay.
be a hallway.
Oh yeah, screw this. Let's find a different door. Let's find somebody else.
Yeah, let's go try to pick everybody up. Make it look like we're doing the walk around that other guy did before he left.
You.
All right, you guys just kind of leave your post and start walking around.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, you guys just start walking around.
Try to find our friends.
As
We
you
know
guys
what our
walk
friends
out,
look like.
as you guys go, yeah, they might get mixed up. As you guys go walking out, you see like these two guys were like looking at you guys a little weirdly as you guys are like by the store going like like through the hole in the door and like pushing on it a bunch and like looking at it and talking to each other. These two guys are like,
I'll walk straight up to him.
okay, you walk straight up to them and they just kind of like look. Well, you can't see their facial expression. They got the weird masks on, but you walk right up to them.
Do you know why it's so important to guard this door?
One guy goes, isn't that your job to know? I mean, it's protocol, right? It's a
I'm testing
security
you.
door. It's a security door, right? It's an airlocked security door to make sure nothing gets into the plant.
All right.
I
you
just
pass
look
this.
up to the sky and I go, airlocked?
He goes, yeah. Well, I mean, the residence is towards the ground. The air is fine. What?
So air, unlocked out here, airlocked in there.
They just
No, we're
kinda
good.
Like
It's fine. You guys are free to go.
they go. They just like take a set. They just kind of walk away. They're like,
Good
let's
job,
get out
Brock.
of here. If you
You
act
like-
like you know what you're doing, nobody
You
asks
really, you
questions.
sound like you know what you're talking about.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
But it sounds like you know.
All right, let's
Okay.
go find the others.
Yeah.
okay, you guys are gonna go try and find Lana and Mordenkainen.
Yeah.
Okay, make you go wandering around. I don't think there's really a check involved. You guys kind of wander around, make your way under there and over here, and you see Lana just like tearing apart scaffolding, just fucking going for it. Like throwing boxes over here, just like taking down scaffolding, climbing down, pulling the pieces apart. She's just going for it. She's just laboring away.
I mean, I did say I was also trying to learn the lay of the land and how people are engaging, and
Yeah.
did say that.
Well, I should say you see a guard taking down some scaffolding, then turn around and look at you both suspiciously. And Lana,
He's
you
got
see two
everything
guards walking by, and you look
alphabetized.
at them suspiciously.
Could have made it a little more chaotic for him. Maybe mix all the stuff in the boxes. That'll teach him. They'll hate that.
That's your sabotage. We're gonna mix up their boxes.
They'll never find anything in there.
This is gonna set us back like 3 hours.
I'm actually really sad I didn't think about that, Brock. So sad. I'm so ashamed.
Gonna set the military back like maybe a couple minutes.
Are we able to determine that we are each other? Like,
Make an insight check on Lana or the soldier. And Lana, you can make an insight check on these two soldiers.
19 minus 2,
20.
that would be a 17.
Yeah, you got versus your deception checks, please.
oh my,
So Brock and Trixie and Lana all make deception checks or performance checks. You can do either or, your choice. Obviously, you're going for the best one.
Same for me
10.
too. 16.
Nice.
I'm just really
Now I
method.
roll well. Fuck. Alright. What is it? Performance or
Deception or performance, whichever's higher.
Yep, they're the same. They are the same. That's a 19.
It's okay. I rolled a 20 on my insight.
Oh, do I
So
need to
Trixie,
roll
you look
insight
over at this one soldier's just tearing down scaffolding with like technical expertise, and is a convincing soldier, but you sort of see that the how like meticulous, like Lana like has all the poles over here and all the crates over here and all of it, and is like sort of like got everything organized like a mechanic would organize all their nuts and bolts and screws. And you're like, okay, that's Lana. Lana, what'd you roll on your insight?
Oh.
It was a 19.
Yeah, it was a 19 minus 2 is 17.
17. I think you both rolled lower than a 17, Trixie.
Oh,
Brock.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, you look over, Lana, and like though they look like soldiers, they stick out like sore thumbs. They're like talking to each other. And they're like, wow. They look like tourists in they look like tourists in a new country.
I just point to Lana and go, "You with us."
Mhm.
All
right.
All in line.
But alas, Lana, you're only halfway done your scaffolding.
God, that
You
bothers
gonna leave a
me.
Fine,
job half
leave it.
done?
It's okay. No, I gotta, cause the commander said so. On them.
All right, fantastic. Fair enough. All right, you guys
Alright, have
fall
you
in the
seen an
line.
old
You go
man
walk.
disguised as a soldier?
As you start walking away, y'all hear, "Now you know how I felt when I got to the Feywild."
Is it really that
Alright.
bad?
It's
I
just
think we would have actually been able to see where Mordenkainen had gone from where we were stationed. I think.
I'll be like, he's over there.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah,
That's true. Lana would.
Mordenkainen's probably the easiest to find, and you guys walk over. Also, especially considering you stand there going with like his like minigun laid against the wall, and like the illusion is sort of partially going through the wall.
He's by a door. We could just go in the door. Is he by a door? I think so.
Yeah, he's by a door. He's guarding a door.
Just go through the door.
Okay.
All right.
I don't think I brought that spell, but yay.
He goes, "Oh, hello, fellow soldiers," in entirely Mordenkainen's voice, not even pretending. It's like, "Hi, other soldiers, welcome."
Yes. Other soldiers.
Oh, Trissowin, good to see you.
Yes.
What you guarding?
Door, apparently.
I'm gonna use my
What's inside?
thieves' tools to try to get in there,
Is it
or
locked?
make some kind of check with my all-purpose tool.
Sure, make that's a good point. The other door probably should have been locked. That would have been intelligent of me. But hey, someone forgot to lock it that time. Go ahead and make me a thieves' tools check. DC's pretty high because this is technology you haven't ever seen before.
Okay, but that's
yeah.
a natural 19. So
Nice.
give me a second.
Plus Dex plus proficiency if you're proficient, which you are.
Yeah, so I've got my Thieves Tools, which will give me proficiency, which is 5 plus my dex. Alright, so yeah, that's a 24.
24. You go in there, it's gonna take you a minute. You go in there, you like pop the front casing off, there's all these wires, and you're like, oh, this is barely a Thieves Tools thing, but like, all right, I'm cutting a wire, and you're connecting a wire, and there's a little spark in the door, slides open.
I do have Tinker's Tools too. If I needed to change toolkits in the middle, I would have.
You're like adjusting your all-purpose tool in the middle of it to make like kind of like a half tinker, half thing, and you end up opening the door. You guys walk in, and you see this massive like wall, like it's almost like it's this massive pool of water in the middle with all kinds of strange turbines and tubes connecting to it, and the water is spinning like a small whirlpool intentionally based on like this strange like bladed fan just directly below the surface of the water. And you see water sort of pouring in, and it continues to spin and makes this sound as it continues. Strange technology.
They just
Looks
trying to
important.
create weather within rooms here.
Can I make a check to try to figure out what this is?
Go for it. Investigation. Sorry.
Every time we open a door, I hate it more.
Really not
Wait
bad.
till you see
Okay,
door 3.
23.
It's water. Like it seems to be like there's lots of water in here. It's funneling water in, and water's going out through like the bladed thing. This
Does it look
could
like a
be some
turbine?
form of, yeah, kind of like a turbine. It could be some form of like filtration system, but there's also water wheels. This could be like a very complex version of a water wheel, perhaps. So you're thinking it could either be some form of like power creation or water filtration, both possibly, something along those lines, using water to create power or using power to create water, basically. Not create water, but you know.
They're in the middle of a desert. If they're creating water, it makes sense. Hydroforming would be necessary.
Now, I wonder what would happen if someone were to reverse the flow of that water.
Let's wait until we're on our way out, maybe? I just feel like that would probably be a very big deal. We want to be able to get out quickly once we do something like that, I would think. Or not, if you want to.
Mordenkainen says, well, looking at Brock, well, perhaps a malfunction might draw some attention away from other parts of the base.
There anything that you could
Malfunctions.
do that would maybe make a problem like, 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now? Like, there's something you could like, you know what I mean? Like a time distraction.
Time
I could do
problem.
something like that. I admit I don't have delayed fireball prepared today, unfortunately. That would be a good
I just meant
idea,
like
though.
tinker with something so that it would break soon.
Oh, I am no tinkerer. I am a master of the arcane. That is what I do.
I was
I'll
more
take a look.
talking to the group, not just you, but yeah.
Oh, of course.
Sorry.
Of course. That's quite all right.
Is there anything that looks like I might be able to ask for it to break?
Make an insight check. Or an investigation, your choice.
Oh, investigation.
Yeah, I'll give you investigation, sure.
As all day long. Okay, 24.
You see the wiring and the tubes, and you don't know how that all works, but you do see the blades inside, and you see like a number of like scaffoldings and like roofs of. You could always like try and weaken the roof so that like parts of it, if not the whole thing, could fall into the turbine. It'd be difficult to do it without making too much noise, but with the what did you get? Was your total
24.
24? If you spent like a good 20 minutes to a half an hour in here, you could rig something up to sort of shut things down, so to speak, or malfunction them at least.
I did prepare heat metal today, just because I figured if I don't know what I would heat, but if you have something that you could point me to that I could heat and stuff.
Just heat whatever you want.
Oh. So I feel like it's important to know what our objective is. If it's just to cause mayhem, yeah. And she'll point at that box, and I'm like, melt that, and the whole thing will shut down, but we'll still be in here because it'll be immediate. If we're wanting to shut it down in like 20 to 30 minutes, giving us time to get out of here, knowing that it's going to cause a big boom and draw people over here so we could be someplace else, I can do that too. Thing is, we should talk about where we want to be, so that we know how to get there and make the best of the distraction. I'm happy to do whichever. I'm here to serve.
I feel like the later one is better because we haven't really seen everything yet.
I agree, and we have no idea where Dertas is. I can't kill him. Y'all can do that though, right?
Definitely. Well, actually,
pretty good at killing people.
Actually, no. We should keep him alive. Kind of made a promise.
Can we take him hostage?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we could bring him back.
Can
with
you
us.
take someone if we have to transport out of here? Can you take someone that doesn't want to go?
I mean, we can beat him senseless and carry him through.
That question was for you.
I'm sorry, I tuned out. They must be willing creatures.
Now, what if they're unconscious?
And then they can't get consent one way or the other.
Or charmed.
If they're charmed, they will then become willing.
Okay.
If convinced.
I'll try to hold on to that one then.
We could also try and find another way out of here. They have all this technology. Maybe there's some kind of special way
For sure,
out.
if we can get out of here without that, I'm just like, that's if, big trouble happens and we need to get out quick, then.
Exactly. Indeed.
So then do I want to wait to do this? Because once I do it, I can't. It's not a remote thing. It's set up the second I take my hands off it. We have 20 minutes. Possibly 30, but no more than 30.
I think
if we make it look like a malfunction, though, not a sabotage.
Yes.
Then they'll have to come in and repair it, and so a subtle malfunction, perhaps.
Maybe, but that we won't know until they're there and assessing it.
I mean, we only have too much time here anyways before we're really not good at this, guys.
Hey, I'm fine with any way you want to do this.
I've got an excellent idea. What if we got one of the workers to come in here, we say that, look, there's a problem, come in here, and we push them in. And it looks like a workplace accident.
Yes.
That's pretty... Yeah, that sounds fun.
Because look at those turbines. No one's surviving that. We push them in, workplace accident. They go looking for this person. They find a little blood on the side. They go, oh no, and it could be anyone's fault. There's no reason we would saboteurs would come in and push in some random worker. I think it's a good idea. I think we should just murder one.
We'd have to get someone here, and no one can see us bringing that other person here.
That is also true. That's also true.
Also, I can guard the door. Pretend I don't know any of this, but I can't. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I know that.
Can't what? Yeah, you can't what?
I can't actually be a part of the throwing in of the person. It would.
I think that'll only take Brock.
Okay.
Yeah, I can totally do that myself.
I will also throw that out there, Lana, is that your oath is in a contract, you know what I mean? It's not I can't take part in the dealings, but you guys can take part in the dealings or whatever. The idea is that it's a moral code to live by. So if you're I'm going to go stand over here and look at the wall, but know full well these people are murdering someone unnecessarily. Like, that's still, you're still accountable. You're still a bystander. You still let it happen, right? Like, it's not like a pact to rabble through. It's a set of moral codes and philosophies.
It was with somebody with the Fae, and she cares much more about language than anything else. She's concerned.
That might be what you care
right
about.
now.
That's not what the oath. That's not what being a paladin is, though, or what the oath matters. So if
I'm
you
an
think Lana would be
artificer.
like, I understand, but you've also been a paladin for years as well. So
I'm retired.
So I'm giving this to you for free to let you know, like, that's how a paladin oath works. It's not a contract to be loopholed. It is a set of philosophies to be followed. So like a Shaolin monk, it's like, you know, they're going to follow their philosophies and try and impart those philosophies rather than use them as like a contract loophole.
Yeah, so anyway, guys, I know I'm no fun at parties. I'm sorry. We can't do the whole murder thing. Next time, leave me home.
Okay, then we'll just do the sabotage that looks like a malfunction. If you can do that.
I can.
Okay, let's do that.
But we will have 20 to 30 minutes from that point. We'll use that as a distraction to leave or get deeper in?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, maybe
I mean,
a Tinker's
I'm fine
Tools
either way.
check.
I'm feeling pretty invincible with this in this world without magic.
We could just throw you in.
Yeah.
Like a marble.
So a Tinker's Tools check. What am I adding? Just proficiency or?
If you're proficient, then yes, add a proficiency bonus plus intelligence, we'll say, since you're trying to make a subtle malfunction in a wired machine.
And the all-purpose tool gives me expertise, yes?
If it says it does, then it does.
Yep, that's how I got to 40 that other day. I'll take a picture. Where's my phone? There it is.
20?
No, it's a 19.
All right, I believe you. You don't need to make. You don't need to do that if you don't want to.
But yeah, it's so it's
Very
19
nice.
plus my investigation is a 10 for a 29 plus my proficiency, which is doubled, which is a 30. So
A lot. It's a
29.
fucking.
It's a lot.
You take about a lot quicker than you thought it would take. Take about 5 minutes. You stay away from anything like too complex, and you rig up something that is not only subtle but is going to take a long time to figure out what went wrong. You find like a couple of, you like say something too complex. You go over to the wiring and you find like a conduit that is for what you see, like sort of lightning flowing through a machine and whatnot, and you think that this is sort of like some sort of like power modulator to sort of like keep it from overloading. So you basically fray one of the wires rather than fully snip it, so that it's it's subtle and it's not fully functioning, and then you sort of like remelt the rubber over the wire so that it's not easy to see what's going on. And basically what's going to happen is, in like, honestly, Lana, how much time do you want to give it? You can choose exactly how much time you want till this thing sort of like becomes a problem that'll be noticeable. With that roll, you can choose.
30 minutes.
Okay, so you set it to be, this is an unstable malfunction, so in about 30 minutes, close to 30 minutes, basically this thing is going to start working on overdrive and start heating up like crazy, and maybe like the speed of the thing is going to get a little faster. No one's going to die. It's not going to be an explosion, something like that, but it's going to start making a lot of sound, which will draw a little attention. People will be like, oh, let's check that out, and be like, oh, what's happening in here? We better figure it out. And it'll look very much like a subtle malfunction of the wiring rather than sabotage, until it's far too late for them to know that it was indeed sabotage. So you're very proud of your little malfunction you created.
It's worth all the bad rolls. Okay.
Try to find another door to investigate.
Mordenkainen's like, we still should have probably thrown someone in there. It would be much more fun.
Fine.
And
And I'll
um,
just whisper to him. Maybe the next time we're in a room and Lana's not there, then we can throw somebody into something.
okay, maybe ask permission then forgiveness will be my policy next time.
Yeah, just
Yeah, like, these are the
She
enemies,
just-
right?
once she's
murder
part
them.
of the planning, it's a no-go. So we just,
Ah,
we gotta
okay.
respect that.
She has good ideas, though. It's hard to keep it up.
Yeah, it was a really good idea.
Like,
I
I'm a
liked it.
mechanical person. I thought it was a good idea. Thank you. And yeah, like how sweet Trixie is, but there's a
Just
secret
have
serial killer
plausible
inside of her.
deniability.
All right, you guys
She
walk
seems
out.
good, but she's much more neutral, probably.
Ding, 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 ding. And then inside, there's like a little bunny with like blood across its mouth, with like a little knife in its hand. All right, so you guys walk out and away, soldiers. What do you want to do next? Well, actually, here's what we'll do next. Let's take a break. Let's take like a 5-10 minute break, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less, depending on when everybody shows up, and we'll get back to it.
Thank you.
Sounds
Sounds
good.
good.
All right.
Exciting.
Waiting on Ron and Brock, and we'll get to it. Ooh, Glory of Giants is out? Apparently not.
Pretty fucking cool hideout you guys got here.
Everything.
Sorry about that.
No worries at all. Right, let's get back to it. So, here you stand, still military geared up. What next?
Uh,
Are there any doors nearby that we haven't been to?
yeah, looking for doors.
Looking
Either
for
that or go
doors.
back down into the sewers.
You guys have been through. The only doors you guys haven't been through is that back door, the one that you and Trixie and Brock were sent to guard. It's the only door that you guys haven't been through, but there's still many strange contraptions and whatnots here and there and all around, but also lots of eyes keeping an eye on things.
Oh, there's one door
Does-
left.
Yeah, does this look like the size of the whole base that we saw when we were flying in, or
Sorry, one more time?
when we were flying in, does this look like the size of the whole base that we saw? Or
No. This is like
Okay.
one of the many. This is like think of it like there's like the walls, and then there's lots of like different places across it. Yeah, so this is just one of many like smaller
we
locations within the base.
maybe we should go back to the sewers.
Back to the sewers.
So
Yeah,
we can
I'm
go
down for
to
that.
another section. Keep a lookout, and when no one's looking, go into the sewers. Now, is that sewer grate the only one that we saw within this area as we were walking around?
What's your passive investigation
Oh god. Not
or
good.
passive
10.
perception? I
Passive
guess.
perception is 22.
Okay, sure. You saw that there were, I believe, 2 more sewer grates. No, just one. One more sewer grate that was right where you were guarding, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like there was less people over there.
Yeah, sure.
We want to try that one?
Sounds smart to me.
Let's go there.
Okay.
We're so fired, guys. They're never gonna let us guard doors.
We're
again.
so-
We're so fired.
This one guy who was told to be posted over here, he sort of like watches you guys make your like 3rd trip over here the moment the boss left. And you guys go over to the sewer grate. And these 2 guys who were watching you before sort of turn around to watch the show.
I think they're watching us.
Even
Yeah,
the guy up on the
there's-
scaffolding seems in on it now, and he's
There's
like,
no getting
he goes
around
up-
it.
Yeah. Your curiosity now.
I just say loud. He told us to check down there. I know it smells bad, but those are our orders.
All right, that's pretty convincing. I'm convinced.
Well, that's if the boss said to do it, that's what we ought to do.
Well, open it up. What are you waiting for?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll open it up.
Pixie, make a performance or deception check. I would give you advantage because Mordenkainen and Brock both kind of went along with it, but I was going to give you disadvantage because you're literally yelling out your narration. So straight roll performance or deception check your choice.
I should really start playing charismatic characters because I keep doing this to the party.
Hi, you've been rolling hot. Let's keep the good
No,
times.
no, Brock
rolling.
now jinxed it.
No, what is it?
Brock jinxed it. It's 3.
Oh, fuck. They just kind of keep watching. You're like, this is where we gotta go. Brock, you open up the sewer grate. And you guys go in?
Yep.
Alright, they watch as all of these soldiers single file like start going into the sewers. And they're like, bitch just went in the sewer. Alright. They're okay. Well, we'll see if there's any
I do
implications.
not get paid enough to do that.
Motherfuckers just went into the sewer. All right, shit. Made it their jobs, man. Some loyalty. Okay. I'm just gonna pop you all down here. There's gonna be some very confusing reports of what happened. Oh yeah, there was these 4 guards just kept like walking a circuit around the base, and then things started falling apart at the moment they left after they jumped into the sewer. Oh, you should have seen them. They were trying to look through the security door. That was weird. Anyway, you guys all get into the sewers here. Loading screen ends. And you get to hear it. Dark, spooky. Yes, you're muted, Lana.
Replace the manhole cover.
Yep.
That's an OSHA violation.
That's an OSHA. Okay, here you are. You're in this much larger room.
Okay.
All right, let's have a look around. Let's get our bearings.
Ha. Go ahead and make a. Sorry, I can't help it. I'm a small child. I can't stop. Go ahead and make whoever wants to can make a perception check at disadvantage because you guys are in very low or dark light, even with dark vision.
I can't smell my way through it.
You can take a. I'll give you advantage.
Does it
Does it
cancel
stop
out with the
using-
disadvantage?
I'll just say just take full, like you're not using your eyes or your ears at all, but your check will be based on smell alone. But you can take advantage.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Can I just do
Perception.
one at disadvantage for sight as
Yeah.
well, or like
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
get different things?
Yeah. Go right ahead. You
All
too,
right.
Lana.
I got
My,
a
my,
6.
Oh, okay.
my
You're like,
sick-
shit's
my
dark.
sniffer got me an 18.
22.
18, nice. 22. Yeah, Brock, you're like, you're smelling the air, and again, you smell something familiar. Something you've smelled this smell before. Maybe as a bear, maybe not as a bear. It's the smell
different
of
than
like
the fungus.
yeah, it's
the
not a
fungus
plant.
among us?
It's something plant based. But it's similar. Like it's a race. It's a race of. You think it's like a race of creature. Trixie. It's something that you smelt in the Unsele lands, Brock. Something in the it's like the smell of some kind of race of creature that you smelt in the Unsele lands. In actually you smelt it in Prismere as well at one point when you were not aware of bears, so it's difficult to put a finger on what it was exactly. But Trixie, you're like looking in the dark and you can see sort of like movement in the shadows, like here and there, cloaked. There's about 4 cloaked figures in the dark that are trying to remain stealthy, but you spot them.
Can I tell what it is?
With your check, they're small. They're only about 3 feet tall. They're cloaked in these tattered black cloaks. You see a rather long, hooked gray nose coming out from under the hood. That's the best you got. They don't know that you know.
Is it a darkling?
I'll
give it to you. Yeah, good. You called it. It's yeah. You're
I
like,
can
oh,
summon them, so. I would
oh,
listen.
okay. Yeah, they're darklings. You summon them here and there, and
That's the only reason I came out with that. I didn't just
I was like,
pull some random
oh,
creatures out of
shit.
my pocket.
God damn. Yeah, these are you see in your elven eyes spot about 4 darklings sort of hiding in the shadows from you.
Guys, there's little darklings up there.
Oh, that's what it is. I couldn't put my finger on it. It's darklings.
Trixie's just gonna be like, hi.
In Sylvan. Make a persuasion check.
Damn it.
Let's go.
12.
Oh, make it a disadvantage because you look like a soldier right now.
Oh, true. Worse. That's a 6.
You go, hi. You're like, it's Darklings, hi, into the darkness. And you hear like, in like Sylvan, which is basically like, they see us run. And you hear, they sort of like scamper away into the deeper, darker shadows of the cavern. Or the sewer, I should say.
Oh, they didn't seem
Should we
to
follow
like
them? Or just go on with our business? It doesn't seem like they're from around here.
No, but if there are Fae here, we should know that. That's something we could want to know.
Trixie and Brock, you two can make me history checks if you want to learn something about Darklings and see if it makes sense that they're native here or what or not.
History.
12.
Well,
3.
3. Brock, you don't know. Trixie.
I don't know shit about fuck.
Oh no. Trixie, you know, you've been around the block. Ancient legend speaks of a Sele Fae who betrayed the Summer Queen. In the Summer Queen's wrath, she cursed every member of his house. The Sele Fae's true name has been stricken from history, but the stories call him Dabakatha. And in Sylvan, that means Dark Crow. The other Fae refer to the house and its descendants as Dubasith, Darklings. They dwell in secluded caverns and chambers beneath towns of other species. From such enclaves, they quietly ply their trade as thieves and assassins, and here in the Feywild, they reside under the protection of the Unsele. So, they shouldn't be here. This is a species of Fae that dwells very specifically within the Unsele courts.
Interesting.
So they're either here by accident, or maybe someone sent them here to do something similar to what we're doing.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't believe that. No. Oh, hold on. Do you guys share all of this, or are you just talking to?
I'm just talking, yeah.
Okay, then I don't know. Never mind.
What? I'm talking like to the group.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's not an accident. That's not an accident.
No, there's no way.
So they're either.
I mean, they would have had to come really far
assassinate
away.
someone, and they had the information because they talked to the same dude about Dertas. So they would have ways of getting in here.
Here, can we still follow them?
Yeah, we're following.
Yeah, you guys want
Okay.
to try and pursue?
I love that.
Follow their scent?
Try to follow their.
You've certainly got their scent, Brock, so you can follow along, whether you can see them or not. It's not hard. And you also figure out very quickly that they're fairly cornered down here. There's no real way to go for them. You pursue them to about here. And you turn down the corridor, and you would, I'd say Trixie would, because she's the most keenly sighted right now, would see the 4 Darklings sort of at the end of the tunnel. You guys turn the corner, and they run down and they like, and they kind of scramble, and proceed to start run down the tunnel hallway away from you. They do, and as they do so, they also like cover their heads and go low.
Alright. I mean, I'll keep pursuing them.
I mean, I could try something. I could
You gonna try
summon
something?
I could summon a Darkling Elder, and maybe they'll talk to it.
Maybe he can tell them what to do.
Yeah, kind of. I could.
Go for it.
Yeah, I will. Where's my spell? I would conjure a woodland being. One Darkling Elder.
Very nice. All right, you cast the spell. And then through your druidic magics, you call forth a Darkling Elder who sort of appears in like that 3-point stance and then sort of stands up, blades at the side, Drizdo Durden style, sort of the white hair sort of like across the face, a little emo style. I'll post a picture of Darkling Elder and Darklings in the Facebook, just in case anyone wants a refresher of what those guys look like. Because they're kind of emo and cool. And he speaks to you in Sylvan and says, "What do you require?"
Round up the Darklings and bring them here so we can talk to them.
As you say. And he like runs down the corridor. He definitely Naruto runs down the corridor, to be clear. And he runs around the corner. I'm gonna give him advantage on his check to sort of rally them. Yeah, he'll get them in line because he's one of the elders. You guys kind of step back, and a moment later, your Darkling Elder is going to return with 4 Darklings, who approach very sort of like Gollum-like, very like very uncertain. Your Elder, he has like sort of almost like a quilted cloak, as shown in the picture, with sort of like metal capped boots and shin guards, and is like fairly well decorated. The little Darklings, they're like their shit's tattered. They're in disrepair, basically. They look homeless and displaced for all intents and purposes.
Their blind sight be able to see through our seeming? Like, is that how that works?
No.
No.
No. I've looked into blind sight. It's not quite as intensely powerful as people make it out to be. Like it does have qualities like, you know, if you're being stealthy and you're not behind a rock or something, like if you're just relying on darkness, like, yeah, you can see them, but it doesn't see through illusion. That's true sight.
Okay.
So they kind of approach very like sort of like scaredly. They don't really want to approach, but the insistence of the elders draws them closer to you, and they kind of like pretty much probably stand like over here while you guys are there, and they just kind of like haphazardly keep an eye on the situation. There, I brought them to you, but they are nervous for your appearance, Master.
In Sylvan, we're not really guards. This is just magic. We're from the Feywild.
Persuasion check.
God damn it.
I'll say advantage because your Darkling Elder has vouched for you.
12.
They go, oh, and they like, they still very Gollum-like sort of approach, almost on 4 legs, or hands and knees, I should say. They kind of approach and they kind of like come up to you and they kind of like swat at you a little bit, Trixie, and their hand goes through like your knee pad, and they go, and they go, illusions, yes, illusions.
And
All speaking
Lana,
in Sylvan.
Yeah, does Lana speak Sylvan?
Yes, Lana does.
Okay, just double
She
check.
made sure she learned it before even.
So what are you guys doing here?
We got lost. We lost. And one says, we woke. Well, we was in the Falllands, at the border of the Falllands, and we fell asleep for the night. And we woke up, and the forest was dead. The trees were gone, and the ground was stone. So we saw lights in the distance. So we went to go see what the lights were. We thought that we might please our masters, our elders, if we find something, say and tell them of something new. So we go there and we find a strange place with wall and sand and harsh sun and noise, so much noise and light, and we try and run away, and we find another city just like it, and we get very confused and attacked, so we hide in the dark.
Well, what? So tricky. Maybe, Mordenkainen, do we have enough to bring them back with us when we leave? if they're with us
Mordenkainen
at the time?
goes, indeed, I could. They are willing. I certainly could.
Well, if you want to
If
stick
we
with
mean
us,
to
we
bring
might.
Dertas with us,
True.
that would be the maximum of what I'd be capable with a teleport incantation.
Okay. Yeah, because the big Darkling won't be here for long.
Right.
Just the
No,
little ones.
no, I was aware. I saw there was a summon.
Okay.
I'm a master of the arcane, and I
Right.
yes, I
Sorry.
recognize a conjuration when I saw very well.
Well, you're welcome to come with us and be helpful if you want.
Oh, this is too. The sun, it burns. It burns our eyes. And they all go, yes, yes, it burns our eyes. But we know, why you come?
We're here to see what they're doing, get information. You've been here for a while.
Yes, we know the top. We sometimes, when the sun goes down, we go up top and we salvage and scavenge food from their places. Sometimes.
And do you listen to them? Do you understand them when they're talking?
No, they speak in the material language.
Yeah. Okay.
But we know their buildings. They'll go, oh yes, and they go, we know the things they do. Sometimes they speak in the language, in the tongue of the elves, which we understand. And they go, oh yes,
Okay. Well, maybe you can. We just came from up there. Do you know? Yes. But do you know another way around here to another building place?
Yeah, yes. And they all kind of say yes.
Can you show us? You don't have to
Make
go
a
up. You just have to show us the door.
Oh, okay. They basically, one of them says, you go, there's door in wall. There's door in wall. If you go there, very close, and there's 3 buttons. There's 3 arrows. You click left, then right, then center. Door open.
I think that's the door that you broke, yeah. Left, right, center?
Left, then right, then center. Door open. You do same thing next door. You go through, and then there's other places around. There's one where they big light word is they look at Mordenkainen, they point at his staff that looks like a minigun right now. They go, light, shoot, fire, big light. Yes.
Like that, but bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe that's the weapon that they're testing.
Yeah.
They also making something bigger. They wish they all sort of like start giggling to each other like maniacally. They go, they plan to kill Sele. They have big and they speak in Elvish and they say a word that doesn't really exist in Elvish, but it's the Elvish tongue undoubtedly. And essentially they say the word and then they try their best to describe that word, and essentially basically it comes close to flying fireball. That's basically how they describe it. So big giants, big come out of ground, flying fireball, they kill Sele forever.
They will come for the
Okay.
Unsavely next.
Yeah.
They already have.
Well, if we're
Kill all the Fae.
yeah, if we happen to be down here when we leave this place, we'll try to bring you with us. But we can't promise we'll be back. In like a day or this evening at night, just, maybe wreak some havoc here. I'm assuming you're already doing that, but just do it more.
Make a persuasion check to see if you can persuade them to make trouble and sabotage. They've been trying to hide up until now, but maybe they might be a little more on the offense.
8.
They go, no, it's dangerous. They have They have such that their skin hurts. They touch it, it burns.
Right, they're iron.
Oh yeah. They sort of quake at the sound of the word.
Okay, well, if we can, we'll bring you with us, but we might have to leave really quickly, and if you can't come up in the sun, then it's gonna be difficult.
I'm gonna roll to see if they're willing to brave the sunlight for the chance to get out. Ugh, fuck. They're like, no. They seem unwilling to go into the sunlight.
I have a skirt. Like, two of you could just like grab onto my legs and hide under there. I only could do two though. I don't think I could fit four of you under there. Maybe late. We'll come back. We'll try to come back.
Will that mess up the illusion?
He goes, Mordecai goes, I mean, we're burning through them, but I could seem all of us.
It still won't protect them from the sun, though.
No, it will not. I don't know
How
how to
much
help them.
time has passed since we...
I would say you guys are hitting around midday. They're in.
How much time has passed since I did
For the seeming.
We're on a clock. We're on a clock with the thing.
I would say you're pretty close. You're like, any minute now, this baby's going off.
Maybe that's the signal.
Like,
well, we gotta go. Yeah, we gotta go up.
You know, it's coming any time now. So, unless we know exactly where we're going, we may want to consider waiting. Up to you. Up to you.
Well, we could wait until that thing goes off, and then if we go back up the sewer that we just came down, then we're right at the door that they're talking about.
There you go.
I think, right? Like the door Brock was looking at had those three buttons. Yeah, okay.
You got it.
So you just let us know when that happens. You had it timed pretty good.
Oh.
You should know. If I know, we'll all know.
Well, maybe we can spend a bit more time looking around down here while we wait.
So from here, I guess that was sort of my way of reminding our DM that we have a clock.
Oh, I was aware. Appreciate the reminder, but I was aware.
Okay.
I have the elder.
Yeah, we're
for an
we're
hour.
just gonna bide our time.
Yeah, spend like 5 minutes just kind of investigating down here and then go back
Yeah,
up.
I'm gonna start turning those knobs.
Just what? Just knobs?
So, sorry, you guys are gonna stay down here, or are you gonna go up?
We're
That's
gonna
fine.
wait until the
Just for a couple minutes until
trap triggers.
yeah.
Till we.
Oh, okay.
Said it
Yeah,
was
you guys kind
soon,
of
but
hang out.
not yet. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys kind of hang out down here. The Darklings kind of hang out.
I
You wait
could
for
ask the Darklings. Is there anything interesting down here that you can show us?
The knobs. The knobs they call.
What are the knobs?
There's three of them. We can.
Oh, we don't touch knobs. If we touch knobs, gods come down.
You don't say.
Yeah, if we touch knobs, gods come down and they turn and they fix them. And if they come down, they might see us. So we don't touch knobs. We tried once, never again.
Alright. Good to keep in mind.
You guys kind of sit around and kind of
We're all
wait a
just
little
like
bit
doo-doo.
until you start to begin to hear like a palpable like sound, sort of like this washing, definitely sort of the sound of like a slow rising sort of sound coming from that general direction, probably in like sort of that corner over there. And you probably actually hear through the pipes with the knobs sort of the sound of like water rushing like with higher pressure. You get the sense shit's going down.
Okay, so if we can hear that down here, they can probably hear it up here. There, so we could probably go now.
All right, yeah. Let's move.
Bye.
But
Oh,
be careful.
Yeah, bye.
You be careful. And you guys climb up. Are you being stealthy? Or are you just
Yeah,
like,
pass,
Yeah, we'll be
gotta-
stealthy.
pass without a trace.
I mean, they saw us come down here, so.
Yeah, but they might not be looking now because if they're
You get up, there's like a crowd of people.
Yeah, there's just like
waiting for us
15
to
guys
come
with
up.
guns, and they're like, no. You guys get up, poke your head up through the manhole. All these guys are gone. All these guys have fucked off. They're off somewhere.
Excellent.
They all, whatever, they're gone. And you guys come out, single file. Mordenkainen's like roaming through the sewers. What am I? Some initiate. Unbecoming. And you guys make your way up there.
All right.
God damn it, Brock. There you
Okay,
are.
Brock. Buttons left, right, center.
Left, right, center. All right, I think I got it. Go up to the
Okay, you
door.
find yourself at the door. You look and you see that there are many buttons, but there are 3, not many, but maybe like 5. But there are 3 that are right next to one another that look like 3 little arrows.
Right, left, right, center.
The door opens.
And then the same thing with the
It
next
wasn't a push or a pull.
one. It wasn't.
Go through. Door
I go through. Oh,
closes
oh,
behind
wait!
you.
Ah, I'm trapped! Ah!
I'll just do the left, right, center, and then I'll remind Brock it's the same for the next door. You're okay.
Oh, right.
We can probably
Okay.
all go in at once.
Yeah, just everybody.
One who's gonna
quickly.
Okay, you guys all fit into like a
Don't-
10 by 5 space.
Don't
We're
get
all
caught in the
just
middle.
crammed in.
This door will cut you in half.
There's elevator music in the background.
And then like the what is it? Decontamination sprays start. You guys are like, what's happening? But yeah, these like decontamination sprays start hitting you in like the face a little bit. What next?
Poison, poison. Oh,
Mordenkainen's like,
left,
I got
right, center.
and then
Get the door
fully
open.
Scooby-Doo style, all
We
4 of you
just
just sort
fall
of
out.
tumble out.
Right.
Just like also fall out. And it closes behind you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
You know, they need some better password security.
I want to go home.
So my desert kind of sucks. I'm sorry about that, but I was like, oh fuck it, it's fine. Like,
Well,
it's
most
not
deserts do.
important. Yeah. But there are some like trails. They're really cheesy to implement. But there are about 2 trails. There's this one, and then there's one that goes all the way over here. And you kind of see these clearly in the ground, whether it be dirt path or oh, I guess I can only have one going at a time. That's kind of, oh no, I got them all. Yeah, so these 2 paths kind of section off. They're very much sort of like in the dirt of the desert itself. They're very like footpath, not like laid stone or anything like that. But you see that these 2 locations seem to be the place to go to once you're coming out of here, apparently.
Do you want to go to the closer one first?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I get a good angle here. Okay, you guys are gonna walk over to this guy over here.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys walk over here.
Can we see any guards?
Oh yeah.
We are the guards.
I know.
Yeah,
any
you are
other
the guards. Come on now, Trix, you are a guard. You guys walk over here. You see all kinds of bits of like scrap. Lana, this is probably very I don't want to say familiar, but certainly homely to you. You see all this sort of like wrecked devices and piled scrap metal and steel piping and whatnot. And you're like, okay, this is Someone's building shit here. Like, that's what... Okay. 2 guards sit on the high wall. And they go to... And they say, "What is your business here at Base C?"
We're here to relieve you from duty.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Dirty 20.
Commander Dertas remembered it's our birthdays? That's so nice of him. He never remembers stuff like... Oh, you know, he's not so bad like people say. All right, come on in. And they, like, open the gates
Did
for
you say
you.
it's your birthdays? It's multiple
Yeah.
people's birthday today?
Yeah, me and my twin brother Elithas.
Oh, of course.
Happy birthday.
And they go, "Hey, we really appreciate it, you know. And I imagine you guys are picking up some extra shifts to cover it, so we appreciate you too. Maybe we take you out for a drink and say thanks sometime."
Yeah, maybe sometime. That'd be nice. You go have a good time.
All right, have a good day. Hopefully, nothing too exciting happens.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Other than
fingers
that
crossed.
malfunction over at the power plants that everyone's been hearing on the radios, right?
Yeah.
All right, have a good day.
All right, let's go inside.
All right, those
We
two.
got free
fuck off.
reign.
I
Woohoo!
find, guys, if I just say yeah and agree, then nobody questions it.
All right, you guys walk inside, and the gates close behind you. To your dread. You find yourselves in this like little junkyardy area. There's broken down cars. One of those machines that vend out that like really sweet poison water. There's like the fucked up couches, all kinds of scrap. Frolic and Tricks, you guys would probably be like, what this place is, what is this? Just a dump? Like, you don't get it. But Lana, you're like, this is a scrap yard. This is someone's building shit. This is a scrappy situation. You get it.
I'll convey that. I'm like,
Yeah.
These are pieces that are kind of being saved for other projects. They're like dead projects that are useful only as their components. I'll take a look at what they were developing, see if I can figure any of it out.
You would easily know that like you're looking around here, and this is sort of like the junkyard part. This isn't where like main assembly's happening, and it's pretty difficult to figure out what's being built by like
So
what's been left behind.
It's real. Okay, got it. Is that scrappy? Get it.
Yeah. You couldn't look around here and be like, they've got like a bunch of cars. It's like, okay, maybe they're rebuilding cars. It's got like a little bit of everything here and a lot of stuff you don't recognize. You see this guard up here. He's just sort of like patrolling back and forth here. He'll like wave to you guys here and there, but he just seems to be like patrolling up there. What are your guys' plans?
Go inside.
All right, you want to go through those double doors over there? Do you want to go through the doors past this guard?
I just looked to Lana. She seems more at home here than anybody else.
All right. Where are my 2 doors that I'm looking at?
There are these 2 double doors over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like the door over here by this large area. So those guys are those guys, your choice.
Do I have time to make a super quick insight check?
Sure.
This pad over to the side to yeah, does that look, can I intuit that was a landing gear, or that was for
I can check. Yeah, I get you.
It's a 19 on the dice. What am I rolling?
Insight.
Insight, which is a +3, so 22.
You would be surprised if that wasn't some sort of like landing pad, especially considering you guys are aware they have flying vehicles. But whatever lands here is probably pretty damn big.
All right, let's
Maybe it's one of those flying fireballs they were talking about.
let's go up and get past this guy.
They said those came out of the ground, so unless it goes through the ground, there might have to be a giant hole somewhere.
All right. Should we do in the top door?
Yeah, and that's where I'm gonna.
There are no wrong choices when it comes to walking through doors.
Yeah, well, that's we had a choice. That's the one I said to go to. Is not the one behind the junkyard, but the one behind the landing strip.
Let's do it.
Guy gets out of your way. So you guys walk through. Make your way in. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay, you get. Rock, what are you doing?
Sir, why are you trying to climb the wall?
Sir. You guys walk through here. You get to this point. You see there's this like sort of wide open space in here. You don't know. It looks like either some kind of meeting room, but I would say, Brock and Tris. Well, you guys come from the Palace of Heart's Desire. There's something about this place that either looks like some sort of like informal meeting room, but maybe more likely something to do with training, perhaps, considering it's just sort of like a open space with like a matted floor. So you guys are like, is that some kind of weird training room or meeting room, multi-purpose room of some kind? There's a bathroom. If that's actually, I don't think you guys would know what a bathroom looks like, because there's no toilets where you're from. So, but yeah, that's what you kind of see through here.
Does any of this look familiar to when I was scrying and it was on like the 8 Assassins where they were in like a bunked room? Like, do the walls here look similar?
The bunked room, it wasn't exterior, and there was no light coming in. So no, this room does not look to fit that description.
I didn't mean this room specifically. I just meant like, did the walls look similar?
I would say that because you scried 2 different times and saw 2 different instances of Commander Dertas.
Yeah.
You saw the one where he woke up the guys for the first time in the beds and they all filed out and they're all hoorah and whatever. The second time was that you saw some people at like target practice and they were firing at target practice. The second one is it looks a lot like this, but it's not here.
Okay.
Like deserty, similar architecture. Yeah, you're like, it's around here. That target practice place is around here somewhere. So maybe the facility where like the super cool elves that are coming after you guys, maybe they're around here somewhere too. So yeah, you feel close.
There's somewhere else to go in here.
Right.
I can barely see anything.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep it.
Let's walk
I know,
somewhere
I
where we
know.
can see.
Yeah.
Trying to keep it low key. Well, I'll tell you what. If you go out here, you get a pretty good view of the courtyard. I'm gonna put all the buildings up. This is kind of the facility as you are able to see it as you kind of step out here. I'll kind of leave it like this, actually.
Are there like soldiers and people here, or is it just?
There's
No,
definitely
there's
a couple.
soldiers. You see, there's
Just
it's
a
not a
couple.
ghost hit. Yeah, you see like up on the maybe perception check.
There's betting machines.
All right.
Should probably populate it a little bit more in fairness.
You say perception?
Yep.
17.
17. Yeah, you see soldiers walking around. It still seems to be very like, what's your? Or me an insight check too.
Ooh. Okay. $14.
You see soldiers on the roof carrying very long-barreled weapons. You see a lot of soldiers are like they're around, but they're very much at their post. It looks very sort of very formal. Like people are trying to like if they are talking, they're very much off to the side. With your insight check, it looks you know, you've been around the castle with the goblins and whatever. When Zabilna's in the castle, the goblins are much more attentive and at work. They're much more like they don't want to fuck things up. They're a little less casual. They're much more presentable. That you're getting that vibe here. Like someone important is here, and these guys are at attention and they're doing their job to the best of their ability. That's why there isn't so much casual walking around, it seems, probably.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll lean into the rest of the group. I think he's here. Somebody important's here. I think this might be our guy.
Why do you say that?
Everybody's a lot tenser, on edge. It's not like the other place where everybody's just sort of wandering around and letting people hop down sewer grates.
So we should walk somewhere, like, directly. Like we know where we're going.
We're going to see Commander Dertas. Are we not?
Yes.
Let's see him. Alright, let's what's the most important looking building?
If you want to walk into the courtyard and get a better view of things.
Which place looks the most administrative?
Which one has the most lights on it?
Okay, I'll go with that too.
Yeah, I'll give you I'll kind of. This is the whole place. As you stand in the middle, I'll give you the whole view of the place. You guys can decide that for yourself. Let me know if you want me to spin the camera at all.
The big ass building.
The big ass building. You know, that's good enough for me. I'm sold. What about you, Lana?
That's a great. I love that.
Yeah, they got a couple of guards
Alright.
out there. Yeah, let's go.
The taller one.
The big ass building.
Yeah.
Going to the big ass building, huh? All right, big ass building it is. Let's walk over here.
Walk forward with purpose and authority.
All right, you're going up. So you're going up the stairs.
Yep.
I thought we were gonna go through the door that had the guards. That's the big
Yeah,
building, right?
Yeah, you're right. You go through the doors.
Unless anybody else thought we were going up the stairs.
We're following Brock.
Okay, yeah. You said big ass building. That is, those doors are connected to the biggest of the asses of the buildings.
And so we shall be going through. Yeah, you guys wander through and you make your way in here. And as you do, you start to hear the like Star Wars Cantina music. And yeah, there's probably a guy behind there, maybe a couple soldiers in here off duty. You seem to be like having some chow or whatever. You get the sense you're in like sort of a mess hall.
I don't think this is where he's at.
Someone goes, "Hey boys, hot day in the sun out there."
Yeah.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Well, why don't you come in, take a load off, huh? You on your break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Break. We're on break.
Well, it's not my skin if you're playing hooky. And you guys can all, if that's what you want to do, you guys can all sit at the bar. He goes, "All right, are we drinking water or something a little bit more intense?"
Water.
All right, water for everyone.
Yeah, water's fine.
And he gives you all a big cup of water, and he goes, "All right, I'll fix you guys some plates of food." And he'll come back with some food on these like plastic trays with little like indentures inside of them, and there looks like there's like beans and some like vegetables and like some like meat with like sauce on it. It looks like gravy maybe. And he sort of like in front of all of you guys and hands you these like this cutlery, but it's not made of metal. It's made of some like it's like more solid shiny paper, but it's like solid enough to eat with, but it's weird.
Drinking the water.
Is this poisoned? Is the water poisoned?
I don't know.
He goes, very funny, but this is what they give us, to work with.
Yeah, right.
That's a bummer. All right,
Trixie, you're just sipping your water?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
Mordenkainen's like, stop that! You have a helmet on. Stop it!
All right.
He like has to cover you up. So you go full through your solid helmet and drink some water. I mean,
Oh shit! Oh god!
Basically, Mordenkainen sees you. Goes, Trixie, you're not supposed to. And then the guy like turns his head and Mordenkainen fully just slaps you in the side of the head. Just like slaps the water out of your hand. He goes, oh, sorry. Nerve damage from all of the wars. Here, have my water.
Trixie doesn't know what to do.
all right. Listen. We don't have time for food. All right. I didn't get your name. What's your name?
The name's Gene.
Gene.
Yeah, my name is Gene.
Is the boss around? Big
Oh
boss?
yeah, the boss is on base. He's up in his quarters.
All right. Does he have any meetings going on right now?
No, he's but he was probably gonna be at the shoot. I don't know. I don't know his schedule, but he's here right now.
Okay. We've all we've heard a lot about him, but we've never actually got to meet him in person.
Oh, you want to meet the commander, huh? Think you're gonna become some part of some big task force, some kind of big army guys, huh?
I'm just a really big fan.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna become part of the oh fuck, this is gonna be great. You're gonna become part of the Gene Fishes? You're gonna become Gene Fishes, huh? You guys?
Gene is in you? You're Gene,
No,
right?
no, that's very funny. It's very, very funny. No, like, the genes. They come on. You guys are working here. It means you probably want to become like Gene Fishes, don't you?
And it's got nothing to do with you being.
No, okay, you're breaking my balls. I get it. You're very funny. No. No, the elite soldiers, the Gene Fishes.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Small squads of warriors sent into the deep fields. You probably saw they just sent a squad out the other day, about half a dozen.
They're taking longer than they thought they would.
What was that?
I've been hearing that they're actually taking longer than they thought they would.
Oh, the Gene?
Maybe
yeah,
that means
the
there's
last
gonna be an opening.
That's
kind
of what we've been hearing.
Yeah, the Gene Fishes are, Squadron went out the other day, but they haven't reported back. I don't know their mission. It's all top secret, all restricted stuff, right?
Well, yeah, we're just hearing gossip, I guess.
Gossip. You guys are blowing me away. You guys, you don't know about gene fishes? Like, you don't want to become gene fishes?
As a matter of
Hoorah and all
fact,
that shit. Big guns.
I
Big
think
missions for the
we all
best.
could be gene fishers.
That's
Seems
right.
like they
Okay.
need a new batch.
Yeah, they all, all have their specialties.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You know what I'm talking about. You're breaking my balls. Okay. You guys are fun. You guys are funny.
All right, let's go. Let's
You
go
didn't touch
find
your
the
food.
commander. That's fine.
All
I'm on a
right.
diet.
Oh, okay. Sure, man. Whatever. None of you? All right. Okay. You got me prepping food for people who ain't gonna eat. That's weird. All right. Well, have a good day then, I guess. It was good meeting you all. Hey, what's your name? What's your names? Okay. Sorry for
Numbers?
asking. Never mind. Never mind. My bad for asking. Didn't mean to bust your balls. Why don't you guys go off, do your army stuff, and maybe you'll be Gene Fishes.
Maybe.
Sure thing, Gene. Sure thing. All right, and then
Get up and go.
walk out the door. Yep. So good.
Mordenkaisen's like, that was a disaster. Why did we do that?
I think it went pretty well.
I was gonna jump
Did
in,
say
but
up in his
Brock
quarters.
did pretty well, so
Mordenkaisen's like, what the hell is a Gene Fisher? I've never heard of that in my life.
genetics.
It's got something to do with that guy.
Probably.
I think
Genetics
it's the soldiers
Mordenkainen.
that are after, Should we try up the stairs?
They're making super soldiers.
Oh yeah, up the stairs.
That's literally what he
Making
said.
fun. Yeah, I guess so. Super soldiers, and it's a strange name for super soldiers.
It is.
Name them after like a pants, and a type of sea creature. That's a strange thing to call your elite soldier group.
A lot of things are strange here.
That's fair, Triswin. It's very fair. All right, up the stairs. It sounds like.
Up the stairs we go.
Stairs we go. You guys walk up the stairs. I think there's some cool shit here. Let me show you. Oh no, there's not. There's no cool shit. Never mind. Oh no, there is. You guys walk through here. You see a door here. You go through there if you want. You want to go through there?
Mm-hmm.
No. Want to keep going?
Go
up?
through the door.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a door. You want to go through the door?
Hey, can we get a
Yeah.
look at the other room? Or is there no? Okay.
You open up the door. Brock, you go up to the door and you look through it. And there's a person in there. Okay, whatever. It's an astronaut.
Whoa.
You open the door. You see this gentleman inside with like a strange outfit. You're looking around. You don't really get the concept of the room. There's a bed in the middle of the room, and the person's in this sort of like domed I don't know, like I say hazmat, but it's like domed like body wrapped robe thing. And he goes, "Are you requiring medical attention? Perhaps it's time for your inspection, sir. Physical, is it time for your physical?"
No, I don't think it's time for my physical.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh boy. Here we go again. Persuasion. That is an 11.
11 says, "If you say so, but I know all the soldiers get nervous for their first physical. It's completely normal. So you come back when you're ready. But it's okay to be nervous. Nobody likes to do that. But needs to be done to make sure there's nothing bad happening up there.
Up there? That perfect. Perfect. Understood. And then close the door. I don't know if it's like manually opened or it just
It's the same thing.
proximity,
It's
but
all got the left, right, center thing.
Oh, they all had the same. Oh, horrible password security.
Horrible password security.
So that's
Okay.
the medicine room.
Yeah, that
The
is their
doctor.
med bay.
Oh, there you guys all are. But you guys get up to here. Yeah, you guys get up to here. And there would be like a couple of I'm gonna just toss them in there. I don't even know what to use. I guess I'll just use like fuck. I'll just throw a bunch of these guys in here. Bunch of genes. So you see like a couple of off-duty guys.
These are the gene fishers.
The gene fishers. There's a guard there. This guy looks at you and goes, "You're here to see the commander?"
Yeah. Yeah, we're here to see the commander.
What's your business with the commander? Do you have an appointment?
Report on the malfunction.
Yeah, we have a report for him about the malfunction.
Which malfunction?
You haven't heard?
Oh, I've heard. I don't know if there's another one. Is there another malfunction going on, or is this the one at the plant?
Oh, it's the one at the plant.
Okay, I got you. All right. Make a persuasion check. You have advantage. Trixie came in clutch there. Gave you a little
All
hand.
right. Will it help?
I guess I shouldn't have given advantage, but whatever.
18.
All right. Which one of you is giving the report?
Just one of us?
Do all four of you need to see the commander to give a report? That's kind of weird, don't you think? A squadron of soldiers giving a single report to the commander?
No, I don't think that's very weird at all.
Lana steps up. I'm an engineering specialist. It would be
There
very...
we go. Okay, all right. You go up. The rest of you can wait here.
No.
But,
They need to come with me. We all represent different pieces of expertise. We are each giving a report on different pieces of what happened.
Make a persuasion check.
Cool. I'm going to do that thing that I do where I get a bonus to persuasion.
Is your channel divinity or emissary of peace?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Excellent. Emissary of peace. For my persuasion check. Which is the +9, which is good. Alright. The emissary of peace, where are you? Here. Features come down here. I should just write this all. That's what it was. It's a +5. Okay, so +5, +13, +9. 9, 5, 13. I'm sorry. I'm not mathing well right now. I'm
No problem.
calculating.
Math's hard. Math's hard.
9 + 5 + 13. 27. I'm sorry.
No problem. He goes, "Shh. I mean, if you gotta go, I gotta say, feels like a mismanagement of resources. Like the bureaucracy in the military is getting crazy lately. When you are you just like 4 people to give one report about what was it, like something to do with like the hydroponics? It's I know. All right, whatever. Go on if that's you say so.
I mean, first day in the military, huh?
You've seen what they serve for food, right?
And I was, yeah, fair point. All right, go on. And yeah, he'll let all 4 of you go up to ridiculous, but he'll let all 4 of you go up to give a report on a malfunctioning thing.
My expertise is
Been
in
the most
opening
clutch
doors.
skill ever.
All right, you guys all walk up into this room. I'm gonna just open up the top of the hatch here. Okay, you see, standing at his, standing at a computer nearby, clicking away, gun at his side, you see the spitting image, who you have seen through Scry a couple times before, Triswin, Commander Dertas, relaxed but still armed, standing at his computer, and he turns around, and he goes, "What are you soldiers doing here in my room? Report." Why are you not at attention?
Oh, you got our attention, all right. I'm gonna
He
slowly
walks up to you,
toward him.
Brock, and looks you in the eye. He goes, "You giving me sass, soldier?"
Maybe.
He looks like this, and he goes to grab your shirt and pull you in close, and his hand goes through the illusion. He goes,
Charm person.
I grab him by the neck.
Charm, he'll make a wisdom saving throw. How's a 16?
No, it's 20. So.
All right, he's gonna use Indomitable and try again, but with a nat 1, charm person goes off. He is charmed by you in this moment.
Mordenkainen, teleport us.
He goes, he's not willing yet. He's charmed, but he's not willing.
Hi. How are you today?
He goes, now there's a soldier in proper uniform, and pushes Brock out of the way.
We're wearing the same thing.
He goes, I don't want to hear nothing from you. Drop down, give me 20 right now.
We do have some information on those Fey individuals.
I'm not doing push-ups. I'm just counting. 3, 4.
He goes, I said drop down and give me 20, soldier.
I'm giving you 20.
He's not very bright. You kind of have to spell it out for him.
Push up, soldier. Get down and give me 20 push-ups. Let's make it 30 and see if we can't exercise that brain of yours.
That's all you had to say. Okay, I'll start my push-ups.
Okay. And then he'll turn to Tristan and be like, all right, soldier, what was that? You got a report for me?
Yeah, we have a location on the individuals that you sent the elite force after. We can bring you to them.
You're telling me that those agents of the Fae came here and we captured them and they're on base? Is that what you're trying to tell me, soldier?
They're not quite on base. We can bring you to them, though.
Give me a full report.
If I
Well, your elite force had some issues with scrying and finding the individuals, but they managed to get them. But they're kind of holding down, and they haven't been able to move them since. They seem to have some abilities, but they were able to contain them in the location. They're ready for questioning.
He thinks to himself. He goes, you're telling me the Gene Fisher squad that I sent out after these Fey individuals have them captured but cannot bring them back to our glorious Fey nation? And that I have to take time out of my day to go to them?
Yes, sir.
I know it's not your fault, soldier. I know you're just the messenger.
They're really struggling. They've been trying to move them, but they just aren't able to. And they know that you really would like to see them. So that's,
I'm gonna have to venture into the Feywild to go see these prisoners. I never thought I'd have to go back into that jungle mess. I remember he turns around, he turns around, he like looks at the wall. He's like, I remember it like it was yesterday. Time don't flow so good on this plain, but since our glorious nation came to be, there's been proper. Give me 20 more push-ups there, soldier. I didn't say you could be done.
I just fit it. Oh, fine.
20 more, 20 more.
20 more. Okay.
I
Count
went
them out
out
loud.
there.
3, 4, 5.
I went out there into that horrible jungle mess. All of that green, all of that trees, them tree-hugging Fey. You wouldn't believe the things that I saw, the things that I'd done out there. I saw this one woman. She cast a minor spell to clean a man's hat. That man, he slaughtered his neighbor dead.
Oh my god.
You wouldn't believe how savage and uncivilized these Fey of the old world are. So I'll tell you what. He turns around and looks at you, Triswin. He goes, after today, we're not going to have to worry about those Fey any longer. We shall launch our glorious missile. It will fly through the sky, and it is going to land right on their beautiful sun city, as they call it. And all of them high Fey, these Arch Fey who claim to be leaders of the Feywild, they will be sundered in one foul swoop. Tomorrow will be a glorious day, as we will launch our great weapon. And you will all be privy to see it. After we launch this, and the Seele are done, I will go with you, and we will find out what these agents of the Fey have to say, as we know they are associated with the Unseelie, and they'll be our only enemies left. But after tomorrow, the Seele court will be of no issue to us. And you'll have a front row seat to its launch.
We heard there was a test today.
There is a test. Them science pukes are going to be doing their final test today. I'm going to launch tomorrow. Come with me. I'll show you.
Excellent.
He says, not all of you. Only her. And he was going to bring you just to right here,
God.
Trixie.
Okay.
And he says, hang on.
Did he just leave us alone in his quarters?
Yeah, he's in the...
It's
he's not
Only
thinking too much.
temporarily.
I'm
We
gonna
have to,
start like going through his clothes.
Oh, there's something I
Nothing
can
like
get
that.
into. Is there something techie that I feel like I might put my hands on and get some information out of?
Yeah. Let me
Let's
just finish
do
up with Trixie just for a second.
Okay.
So he brings you out to here and he says, you see that part of the base way over there, soldier?
Yes, sir.
You see that big platform over there with the white borders?
Yes, sir.
Underneath the ground, our science pukes have been building for us what they like to call a missile. It is a long cylinder filled with, well, explosives. Explosives like you wouldn't believe. Stuff that could knock out an entire seasonal court in one shot. You ever seen a fireball, soldier?
Yes,
Seen the
sir.
fireball spell go off? Imagine that spell times 1,000. Imagine that going off in both damage and radial size. Them Fey folk won't know what hit them. And their summer queen, she gonna be dust this time tomorrow. It'll be glorious. Nothing will stop the Iron Fey nation from traveling beyond its borders. There'll be no Arch Fey to stop, no Green Lord to stop our progress any longer. And we will cut them down in a wild swath, and we'll find that tree that they've been protecting. And with that, Feywild will be ours. We get that Elder Tree, we'll win this war. And we will have our glorious nation, and the Feywild will be ours. Hoorah!
Hoorah.
Okay. Because, I like the way the sun glimmers off your sun visor there, soldier. No, okay. We're going to go back there. He just tells you way more about his plans than he should have told you, but you got excited. Okay, so yes, absolutely something techie in here for you, Lana. You see the computer he was working at. You want to dive into that?
You know I do.
Mordenkainen is definitely gonna backseat drive, and he's gonna like look over your shoulder, and be like, "Look at that! What are you thinking about? I know you know better." And you, Brock, this is sort of the rest of the room. You see, there's like a cabinet. There's a weird chair. There's a big fucking gun. What do you want to do? There's a cabinet. Can't hear you.
I said a big fucking gun. You say?
Yeah,
Don't
a BFT
tempt me
right
with
there.
a good time.
You want to go look at it?
Yeah, I'll look at it.
Oh, it's a big gun. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. It's just like a giant two-handed monster of a weapon, a long barrel, and it's got on the side of it, it says like all of these numbers and like letters. You don't know if like they're supposed to be like read as like a name or like it doesn't really make much sense. But it does say, something underneath in Elvish. Do you read Elvish? Do you know Elvish? Elvish?
I don't know Elvis. No,
Elvish. Sorry, Elvish.
no, I
Sorry.
don't. I
No,
got
you don't.
Sylvan, but
There's something wrote in Elvish underneath like the serial code and letters and whatever. But it's a big motherfucking gun.
interesting.
You want to take it?
Take it.
Is it
Just
yours, man?
swap it.
You want it? You want it?
I,
What are you
I
doing with
can't
it?
shoot this thing, but I do want to kind of mess with him.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I just wanted to steal it.
You want to steal it? It's all yours. I was gonna stick something in the barrel.
Well, Lana, you're a little busy. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
I
Lana,
say, hey,
We only
check
need
out
it
this
before
big
we
gun.
teleport.
Okay.
you're looking at the computer screen, and it says like username, password on the screen.
Oh, I know this. It's left, right, center.
You know something? Fuck it. Username Dertas. No.
Okay.
Username Commander, but not spelled out. CMDR. Dertas.
Okay.
Dertas not spelled out. DRTS.
Okay. Okay.
She's like, she's got her techie hat on.
Okay.
Or
LFT RTCNTR.
That's the password? That's what you think the password is?
Yeah, left, right, center without the vowels. He's the kind of man who thinks vowels are inefficient, so he doesn't use them.
I'm afraid to say that is not the password. It says password incorrect.
All right. Insight check. What do I think his password
Jesus.
would be,
Sure,
or where do I
sure.
think his password might be written down?
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make an insight check.
11. Great.
At best, you probably get the sense this man doesn't take shortcuts, so he doesn't like bypass protocol, and he probably thinks the military is the best thing that ever happened to him in the world, and he wouldn't ever do anything to compromise it. You don't get the sense that the password's wrote down anywhere but his mind. But
All right.
you gather he's probably an intelligent man, but maybe not a perfect memory. It's probably a pretty simple password. It's not something like XRM245. It's not like a random crazy bullshit password. It's probably something easy to remember.
What did he call this thing? Operation. Or did he say this thing had a name?
The computer?
Not the computer. The thing tomorrow.
They called it a missile.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that was to me.
Okay.
All right.
We can't hear you if you're
Fuck
talking.
it. I'm gonna try hacking. I'm
You
gonna try to-
So he
don't
doesn't
know
even
how
call
to
it the missile.
hack.
That's
How
what
to
the
hack?
science pukes call it.
Yeah,
I can't do sciencey shit, sciencey arcane shit.
Well, you could do tons of arcane shit. This isn't arcane though. This is computer.
Can I do something with
Worse than
my
arcane.
multi-purpose tool?
What do you want to try and do with it?
Break it. Break it. What's the worst that could happen?
We would lose the information. I can tell this thing has information. It's doing things. Ah! Do I recognize it as a computer? Like, do I recognize it as a box of information? Do I need to roll to see if I even...
Probably.
Anything-
You're like, okay, I would say that you don't know what's called a computer, but you see people walking around with these rectangles with like bright screens. You get the sense this probably has information on it, yeah.
All right. Like, Carmen, the player, doesn't know what to guess, but I will roll a dice to see if Lana figures it out. She's a whole lot smarter than I am.
Well, you're not gonna. No, I don't think it's gonna quite work that way.
All right, then I will stand aside and let Mordenkainen do it.
Mordecai's like, what do you want me to do? I'm a master of the arcane, not whatever this is.
Destroy it on the way out.
Destroy it, that I can do.
On the way out.
Oh, okay, very well. On the way out, I shall wait till we go out.
Yeah, are we waiting for some?
Speaking of which,
You imagine we're waiting for them to get back.
so Trixie, Commander Dertas turns back to you and he says, "What do you think of all of that, soldier? Ready to see the Fae fall?"
Think it's extravagant.
Extravagant indeed. Extravagant indeed.
Almost too much to think about.
Why
Such
don't
a
you
grand
and your...
scale.
Right. It is difficult to comprehend, but I assure you, them sciencey people know what they're doing. They give us the weapons and we fire them. And we will be firing them on our enemies, which are these Arch-Fae of the Sele Corps, whatever even that means. So, you get your fellow soldiers up out of my room, you get some bunk, and I'll tell you what, I'll bring you into the Feywild itself when we recover these Fey agents who have been scampering about. How's that sound?
Be an honor.
Excellent. All right, let's rally the troops. Hoorah! And he'll walk up into here where everybody's like touching stuff and goes,
I'll be behind him.
yeah, goes, all right, soldiers, everybody get the hell out of my room, get some bunk, and the day after tomorrow, we're gonna head out in the Feywild and we will recover these Fey agents that you have reported in. But tomorrow, you get to see the spectacle, as your companion here calls it. It will be a spectacle that no one will ever forget. Dismissed!
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Make my way out.
Guess we'll funnel out.
Okay.
Or-
Morden kind of wants to break it on the way out because you told him to.
Oh my gosh.
You told him to. He's gonna go, oh, yes, sir. And behind his back, he's gonna do a shocking grasp on the computer. Which is gonna be wicked fucking powerful because he's an Archmage.
Oh my god.
Fine with this.
It's gonna be, yeah, that's absolutely gonna hit the computer. Fuck, do I even have to? Okay, sure, I'll roll it. Why not? 4d8 lightning damage. Oh, it rolled somewhere.
Into the
Maybe.
abyss.
There it is, 17 damage. Yeah, the computer, he's like, oh, yes, sir. And then he just sort of like goes charging out. It's Dertas' passive perception.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it's pretty decent. So he just walks out. He goes, "What in the Sam hell?" And walks over to his computer, and Mordenkainen just kind of keeps going out. And does everybody leave?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone leaves. Okay, you all get out. He's like, "Damn machine!" As you guys like all run out, and you guys all kind of meet up here.
As long as we're out of earshot, I'm just gonna tell everyone we need to get over there immediately.
Okay.
Mordenkainen goes,
Yeah.
Why can't we just take him and go?
Because we need to destroy their weapon. Because it's bad.
How bad could it be?
He said a fireball times 100 shot right at the summer court. And then that they were gonna invade after that and go after the elder tree.
The flying fireball.
With
How did he
something
describe
Alright.
that they called a missile. So we just
Can you
maybe if we just
describe the
go there
mechanism?
and
Can you describe the mechanism at all? It could help me disable it.
so it's a weapon inside something that they called a missile, and it's like long, and it comes out of that platform there.
So it's like a cylinder.
It's like a like
Like a tube.
giant arrow
So like a giant
with
bullet.
something he called explosives inside. Many
Now I know
many
what it is.
explosives.
Out of pure academic interest, I think we should go see it. Just even like we should disable it, but it's a good idea.
Not
I think-
disable. I think we should
Let's go break their shit.
blow it up
Blow it
underneath
up.
the ground.
Let's go
And it
break
just
their
take
shit.
out their
I can do
whole-
this. I can do this
Same
and not get in
wavelength. Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think the explosion should happen here on their base.
I love this idea.
And that is where we'll end the session.
Whew.
No.
I had a moment.
She hates it.
I had a moment there where I was like, okay, they're gonna get him out. That's be great. And I was like, oh no, I forgot there. I was like, I forgot to tell them there's a fucking Sele core-ending missile on this base. That they
I
need
mean,
to-
You could have just let it slide and say, "Hey, that's how the seasons fall."
I could have.
I'm glad you didn't.
Well, the Darklings alluded to it. They said
Yeah,
that they were
yeah.
making like a flying fireball or something like that. So I alluded to it, but I was also like, I don't know. I don't know. I would feel bad killing the full Sele court.
Yeah, like,
I'd have-
you know,
I'd have
give
felt
them a
bad.
chance.
killing half of my game world that I created. I don't know, Matt Mercer. Okay, can I just go kill my creations?
I said they're gone. They're not coming back. Actually, gotta go in and delete them.
I'm just gonna like go
Oh.
to blocks that I made and just weep as I delete them one by one. Over like a year and a half. Excited.
Guys,
Well,
that was fun.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Damn it, Robbie, Brandon.
You know, it'd be late. Never shows up.
Yeah, gonna be late. Never shows up. I'm probably gonna charge him, but whatever. Okay, guys. Well, I hope you guys
I'll
enjoyed.
take care. It was fun. I've got to talk to the husband to find out. I will let you know for tomorrow. About next week. If I can swing it, I will be here. I would like to do this next week.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Remember, if anybody finds new players for this game, that's 2 free sessions if they make it to their first session.
I'm still
I'm
hoping
gonna start
Nicole
looking.
will stop by.
Yeah, that'll be cool. That'd be cool. Maybe put the heat on her.
I
I'll
love
do
her.
it too.
She's so awesome.
Yeah, she's
All
pretty
right.
cool. She's pretty great.
Bye, y'all.